That was a perfect stream intro. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was going for something on those lines. No notes. Thanks. I appreciate it. Genuinely appreciate that deep down. I worked hard on that one. I have to follow through on that. Thank God tomorrow's the day off. Thank Jesus. Oh shit, I got a message. Work. I hope Jake's not here. Jake, I do not mean that. I'm getting those questions for tomorrow. Don't worry. I'm fully aware. I'm doing a collaboration tomorrow. That's another reason why I definitely cannot be here tomorrow. But I want to try and be here on Saturday. So if we get ATM dues, thank you so much for the subs, man. I'm actually, since we're at 266 from the goal for, we're at 266 out of 300 for the May goal. Anyone, if we get over the daily sub goal today, especially if anyone individually subs, I'll stay here an extra 5 minutes for anyone who individually subs to my channel, a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. And after we get over the daily sub goal, I'll stay here for an extra minute for everyone who individually subs. I am gonna do my goddamn level best to get to that 300 goal this month. I am going to absolutely kill that goal. I want that goal so bad. I need that goal so bad. So that's the goal. That's the goal of today. Maybe get, I don't know. Jesus, I don't know. If we can get to 280 today, I'll be happy. 280, that's a lot. That's a lot. Whew, that's a lot. Jesus. Every sub, no. Every tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub is 5 minutes. Every gifted sub after 30 subs is 1 minute. Does that make sense? I'd be stoked if I get maintain 50 a month. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but do you stream full time? Do you stream full time? Is it your job? Like, I know it's grand just to have, you know, the extra money from, you know, streaming on Twitch, but that extra money goes into rent. I can just about pay rent with my streaming money. Genuinely. But yeah, that's not anyone's fault. That's my fault. That's no one's fault but mine. But how is everyone? How'd everyone sleep? Oh man, it was so annoying. I woke up at 4 in the morning again. I actually think the witching hour. Hey, Shrimp. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Sly. You absolute legend. Cheers, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Stay-at-home dad. Streaming is my only income. But you're a stay-at-home dad, so it's not an income that you need. It's just your extra money. It's not, like, you know, you're working from a place of privilege. That is complete privilege right there. Like, your wife brings home all the money so that you are able to do that. So, just remember, it's privilege. But mine's also, mine you could also say is privilege, but I worked hard to be able to do this full time as well. So I wouldn't really call it, I call it a privilege that I have you guys to support me. But I did work super, super hard to be able to stream full time. I think that's like, you know, that's important to say, that it's you guys who give me the privilege. I woke up around that. I usually wake up during sleep. I don't understand why I always wake up at 4 in the morning though. Like, it's always 4 in the morning. It's not 2 in the morning. It's not 3 in the morning. It's not 5 in the morning. It's exactly 4. Does anyone have like a witchy reason why? Is there something about 4 in the morning that I should be like, you know, I should know about, you know, just for my, you know, my own sake? Are you going to any of the Gorillaz events in London? What do you mean by the Gorilla events? Like, as in the Gorillaz, as in like, feel good. Oh, the band. Are they playing in London? Whenever I think of, like, what's the first song you always think of when you think of the Gorillaz? Mine's actually Dare. And then the second, and my favorite Gorillaz song is On Melancholy Hill. When you're close to me. And it's not because of TikTok. That's been my favorite Gorillaz song since 2011. Yours is Blur's song too. Does that count as a Gorillaz song though? Clint Eastwood. Great tune. Great tune. How does Clint Eastwood go? Oh, I know that one. Yeah. That's like one of my least favorite Gorillaz songs. I just don't like it. I've never liked it. I like the rap in it. That's like the only part I really like. But the chorus just gets in my fucking head. I hate it. I'm just like, it's like grating for me. It's not for me. It's not for me. Sleep somewhere else a night or two to break the habit. Who, me? You think that would work? I got nowhere else to sleep. And my room, if you didn't see my Instagram story, I literally have like sellotape over the windows to make sure that no light comes in. My room kind of looks a little bit insane. All that's in there is a bed. And there's this like cardboard box on my bed. This ripped up, homeless looking cardboard box on my bed for Nana to sleep in beside me. And just sellotape all over the windows to keep the lights out. There's nothing else in my room except for the bed, the cardboard box, and the sellotaped shut windows. It's absolutely unhinged looking. Hey, Brokey, thank you so much for the 5 subs, dude. I really appreciate that. Mwah. Are there any other platforms you're currently streaming on right now? YouTube. YouTube is here with us. We got 53 people on YouTube. What's up, YouTube? How you doing? Hope you're good. Today is Hot Takes Tuesday. I have 8 hot takes for you. Any eye mask. I can't sleep with anything on my face. I've tried. I literally have one pillowcase on my pillowcase right now. I have 2 pillows. But what I was trying to do was I took the pillowcase off my pillow and like I drape it over my eyes trying to see if that'll make me sleep. It didn't work. In my first apartment, I taped plastic bags to the window. Mood. Summers are very bright in Finland. Like, Yane understands. Like, I wanted to sellotape cardboard boxes to the window, and Fairy thought I was crazy. Thank you, Yane, for not making me feel crazy. Melatonin. I do take melatonin. I take 6 milligrams of slow-releasing melatonin every night, and I take something else that's really good for your body to produce natural melatonin, which doesn't work, because I still wake up at 4 in the morning. I feel like I'm being possessed. You need blackout blinds. I have blackout blinds. But the corners, the light keeps coming through. So that's why there's sellotape on them. White noise machine. As in, like, you think that would keep me asleep? I already kind of have a white noise machine because I have my humidifier, which is at the bottom of the bed. So that's 4 things in my room, actually. The humidifier, which is standing on top of the Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree Special Edition box. That's what it's standing on. If we get to 50 subs today, I'll post a picture of my room into the Discord. As soon as I hit 50, I'll go into my room and I'll take a picture and I'll post it on the Discord. Because it just looks like bad. Rev, thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. Maybe you need to exercise your body more during the day. I do 10,000 steps after stream every day. And I also go to the gym 3 days a week. Tomorrow I go to the gym. I go to the gym Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And I do 10,000 steps every night after stream. Bullshit. I can literally show you. Because I recorded on my phone. Will it not show me the day before? Why won't it show me the week before? That's so weird. Because last week I didn't... The weekly trends, on average, you were 5 minutes more active than the week before. My average workout every day was 57 minutes. I did an average of 4.74 kilometers each day. I burnt an average of 200 calories per day. And my total sports was 258 minutes. That was last week. My phone doesn't want to. Show it, but no bullshit. So I did 260 minutes of sports last week. How many minutes is that a day? I took 2 rest days. So 260 divided by 5? 260 minutes. So I did 52 minutes of exercise 5 days a week last week. It's not bad. So I'll try and do skip rest days. What do you mean skip rest days? As in, like, you know, don't do rest days? Is that what you're trying to say? I remember learning somewhere that your body temperature drops when you're falling asleep in a no REM. No rest. Yes. Do you know how dangerous that is? Do you actually know how dangerous that is? That if you're working out every day, how bad that is on your body? Because if you're not getting rest days, you're not giving your body the appropriate time it needs to recover. And that can lead to multiple problems like tinnitus. It can also lead to long-term problems like rheumatoid arthritis, because you're not giving your body the appropriate rest that it needs. Therefore, that you're putting your body in constant stress. And this is constant stress on your joints. Yeah, that's a stupid fucking thing to say. And as Daniel says over on YouTube, it won't grow the muscles you want to because you're not giving them appropriate rest. So yeah, stupid fucking thing to say. I don't take that shit lightly because that is the reason that I have tinnitus and rheumatoid arthritis, because I didn't take appropriate rest days when I was training 6 out of 7 days a week. I should have been taking 2 rest days every week from training. So yeah, well done. That's stupid. That's how you actually hurt yourself really badly. Tendinitis. Like, what a stupid thing. What a stupid thing. I sleep better now after I stop drinking energy drinks. No caffeine after 5. I don't have caffeine. I try to stop drinking my caffeine after like 3, but or after like 5 as well. Like when it hits, I say 3 because I'm looking at the clock here in Irish time. But it's really hard to not have coffee while on stream because I have to be so 10 out of 10 all the time that you really do need caffeine. Like it's caffeine or hard drugs, and I've never done hard drugs, so caffeine it is. And I only drink 1 a day. So it could be worse, you know? My dog is a sleepy puddle of a snuggle. Bless him. Bless him. But does anyone have any hot takes they want to start us off with for today? How often do you tire out your mind? Because that can keep you awake more than your body will. I try to read for like an hour or 2, and I stop looking at my phone for like an hour or 2 before bed. So like I'll put my phone down at like 10 o'clock, and I'll read from 10 o'clock until 12 o'clock until I'm tired, and then I'll go to bed. Or go to sleep, should I say. I just finished reading volume 6 of Gachiakuta, and now I'm going to go back to volume 11 of Solo Leveling. Amazing way. Thank you so much. So, does anyone have any hot takes for us since it's Hot Take Tuesday? Being an author at times of mind does not shut down. Be a touch more creative, and fresh air exercise works as well. Love the week today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. There should be spaces for free congregation. I don't know what that means. What does free congregation mean? What do you think about abusive partners seeing their children? Because I had an abusive stepdad, and because he didn't harm my siblings, he's allowed to fight for them, and they won't make him lose his rights. What do you think about that? Should he lose rights or not? Oh, completely. Like that's ridiculous. I don't understand what they're saying. Oh, he abused you, but that doesn't mean he's going to abuse your brother. You shouldn't be allowed around any kids if you abuse any kids. Like, I fear that's common sense. That sounds like a law made by a man in the nicest way possible. Remakes trying to fix the original stories fundamentally misunderstood the point of the original works and made it bland and pathetic, as I fucking hate the Stitch remake. Stop! Oh my god, please stop. Oh my god. That movie looks so bad. Did you hear about what happens at the end of the Lilo and Stitch movie? Like, actually, it's so bad. So I'm just gonna spoil it for you because it's that bad. So you know the way at the end of the original movie, well, near the end of the original movie, Lilo gets put into the back of Cobra Bubble's car, and they have that big conversation of, she needs me, is this what she needs? And then, like, Lilo jumps out of the car and runs away. Yeah, that's the end of the movie. Lilo goes into foster care, so that Nanny can go to California to study marine biology. And there's like this dissident scene in the movie where Lilo says, "You'd make a great Marine." And then a woman corrects her and says, "No, no, no. She wants to be a marine biologist." How stupid. How stupid is that like? Oh my god. Like, the whole point of the movie is that they stay together. And why would she go to California to study marine biology when you literally live in Hawaii? Then what happens to Stitch? I guess he stays with Lilo in Hawaii in the foster care system. Oh, Brokey, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good was the movie? Just honestly, what did you find the movie was like? Different, but I feel like it didn't ruin it. Overall, it was an okay movie. No, I don't think it brings the message home. I think it kind of gives a really bad image of. I can understand, like, I like to play the devil's advocate sometimes, and I do think that it's good messaging that if you're struggling to look after a child that was, it's not like it wasn't your choice to have to raise this child. Like, for example, Lilo's and Nanny's parents died, so no one else could take Lilo, so Nanny had to take Lilo. That wasn't anyone's fault. And Nanny was very good to step up and try to take Lilo. But it was so obvious that Nanny was struggling throughout as a 19-year-old trying to look after her 6 or 7-year-old little sister. Really hard situation. And I do understand that it's good that she wanted to pursue her studies and she wanted to go to university. But that could have been a completely different movie. That's not the story of Lilo and Stitch. That is not the story. Like, make a new fucking movie. Just make a new movie. Like, I don't, like, it's good to not force people to struggle in situations and feel that they have to look after their younger siblings in unfortunate situations like that. Just make a new fucking movie then about that. Don't change the story of Lilo and Stitch. It's just really weird. What do you think? The portal gun is an absolute cop-out. They were cowards that couldn't stick to their own message. What do you mean? Exactly. The plot was the same with different details. There was a portal gun. What do you mean by a portal gun? The scripts. I feel like the studios have tried to have too much control over the scripts when the writers know what the people want. Why does Disney have to bastardize so much? I don't know. They could have literally just made a new movie and I totally would have been cool with it. But just don't change a good movie. If you're watching on YouTube and you like the stream so far, please don't forget to 1, drop a follow, 2, drop a like, and if you have a Twitch, come and join us on Twitch. That's just I don't think I'm gonna go see it. I'd like if I was in London, I would go see it with my little sister to bring her to it. But yeah. I watched Snow White with my mum when I was in Ireland, and literally straight after we watched Snow White, we had to go back and watch the 1937 original Snow White. And it didn't matter that I was 11 o'clock at night. We had to cleanse our palate like straight away. That movie was complete ass. It was so bad. The songs in it were so bad. Like, I don't understand why they had to take out all of the amazing songs. And why can nobody sing in Disney movies anymore? Like, why can't you hire someone that can actually sing and hold a note? Because the original Snow White is my favorite Disney movie, by the way. Love it. Could watch it over and over and over again on repeat like the autistic child I am. Which I did. The songs were beautiful. The voices in it were beautiful. Why can't they get actual singers? It doesn't make any sense. Just hire people that are on Broadway that can actually properly sing. I think the last one was Frozen. Frozen? They couldn't sing in fucking Frozen. No, they couldn't. That was really bad. That was really bad. Like, I'm sorry, but if you think that the singing in Frozen was good, that shit was fucking ass. So ass. Sorry. I have a serious bone with that fucking movie and the singing. Sure, the movie is really good. I'm not like, I'm not saying that I didn't like Frozen. I did. The singing though, ass. If you want to listen to the songs from Frozen, listen to them in any other language except for English. They're really good in any other language because they got actual singers to do the songs. But the singer in Tarzan sang every song in every language. The movie was dubbed. Fucking... Who did all the songs in Tarzan? Phil Collins! And he sang it in every language. He sang them all in 42 different languages. Phil Collins was the gift that kept on giving. Poor Phil. It's just so sad. Doesn't he have like serious arthritis now? Like... Is it arthritis or I can't remember what is he suffering from really badly? I like the Frozen sequel too. I just don't think the singing was good. Dementia. It's so sad. It's so freaking sad. Oh, Phil Collins was amazing. Hearing loss and foot drop and just had multiple surgeries on his neck and back. Oh, it's so sad. He's so good. Love him. I love Tarzan. The songs in Tarzan are amazing. The songs in Little Mermaid, amazing. The songs in Tangled, amazing. Well, actually, the songs in Tangled are like good because what's your name? The blondie who does the voice for Rapunzel? She's a proper singer. Amanda Seyfried? She's an amazing singer. She was the best singer in Les Mis. Was it Mandy Moore? I thought it was no, I don't like this. The singing, come on. The singing in Moana was ass as well. They just haven't been hiring actual singers for like nearly 15 years, 20 years. I think the last really good singing was in Princess and the Frog. And even then it was kind of like touchy. I don't know why they get such neutral singers now. This account hates celebrity casting. Yeah, it does. It really does. I don't think celebrities was it since Aladdin. No, Aladdin had good singing. I think Princess and the Frog was the last shaky one because they did have neutral voices. Olaf's song was good. Just because it's a good song doesn't mean that it technically was a good song. Like technically speaking, from a musical point of view, I wish they got actual singers. Because I feel like a lot of the songs they make now are more humorous than... Do you know actually what? Do you know what was actually breathtaking? And it was one of my favorite songs sung in a Disney movie in the past 10 years. In the Beauty and the Beast remake, when Beast sings Forevermore or Evermore, is that the name of the song? Oh my god, that gave me chills the first time I heard that. But that dude is an opera singer, isn't he? If you don't know the song that I'm talking about, go look up the Beauty and the Beast soundtrack. Go listen to that specific song. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Does anyone know the song I'm talking about? No one really big um Disney song fan. Oh, lads, you're missing out. You're missing out. It's such a good song. Go listen to it. Come back to me. Amazing song. Was that the one with Emma Watson? Yes. It was amazing. I don't think the movie was amazing, but the guy who did the singing voice for Beast, he knew what he was doing. 110%. Hot take, I really liked the live action Beauty and the Beast. I didn't like Emma Watson in it. I thought that was celebrity casting in its finest. But we got any more hot takes? we got any more hot takes? Are you going to drop Disney or movie hot takes for me? Do you know what I really liked about myself when myself and my mom watched the original Snow White a few weeks ago? You should go. Is it Dan Stevens? Great voice. When myself and my mom watched the original Snow White a few weeks ago, you should go back and watch it. And there's absolutely no sound effects in the whole movie except for one scene where they make like one clatter, but all of the sound effects are done by the orchestra. I feel like the orchestras in movies are also not as good as they used to be anymore either. Like, they just don't put in the same amount of effort that they used to. They've gotten very lazy with all musical aspects of movies in the past 25 years. My opinion. Actually, I take that back. Pirates of the Caribbean music was amazing. One of my hot takes are that Hazbin Hotel Hell Boss don't deserve the hate, though the fans can be a little off. I've never seen anyone hating on Hazbin Hotel or Hell of a Boss. Really? People hate on Hazbin Hotel? Why? Oh, the older movies are better than the remakes. That's just facts. I love Hell of a Boss and Hazbin. I made my mom watch it after I watched it. I could not make my mother sit down and watch Hazbin Hotel. The side eye. The teeth sucking I would get. She would just be like, what are you watching? Really? This is what I'm gearing the kids up to be making animations of. Are you serious? I can see it. I can literally see it. It'd be like watching a sex scene with your parents. That doesn't bother me. If it's in a movie, it doesn't bother me at all. But showing my mom Hazbin Hotel, that would be an interesting one. I don't think she'd like it. I don't think she'd be interested in the humor whatsoever. The only reason I'm not a fan of Hazbin is because it's so easily to watch for kids, and as a parent, I don't think it's appropriate for them. No kid should be watching Hazbin Hotel. If you're under the age of 17, you have no business watching that show. And you're not quirky for watching it. It just shows that your parents clearly are kind of being neglectful by letting you watch TV shows like that. And it's even worse if your parents have sat down and watched it after you and still don't and haven't grounded you for watching that. It's not for children. And I don't think kids should be watching stuff like that. I was dating a woman with 2 kids when Hazbin came out. I was floored. I was watching Hazbin. I didn't know it, but I had my nephew watching over my shoulder. He was 8 at the time. Wanted to put a bell on that kid after that. Yeah, no. Yeah, please don't say your age in the chat because it's really dangerous to announce your age online, especially when there's like 500 people in the chat. You don't know who is here. And I do not want to be responsible if some parent messages me in a few weeks or a few months saying their child was abducted. You'd say that, you know, maybe I'm being too oversensitive on that matter, but seriously, you have no idea how scary people in the world can be and how easy it is to get in contact with people and how gullible children are. Like, you might think you're big and bad at 15 years old, but you'd be surprised how insanely gullible children can be and how easy it is. So please don't announce your age in the chat just for your own safety, because I am looking out for your safety at the end of the day. Just don't do it. Just because you feel like you're in a safe place. I try to make my stream as safe as possible for everyone who is here, but I can't protect you in every space. I try to make this space as safe as possible while I'm here, and I try to make my Discord as safe as possible because I tell everyone that my Discord is 18 plus. But I do try my best. So please help me to also make the space as safe as possible. And if you are underage, I don't mind if you're here, but please do not announce it in the chat that your age. It's dangerous. So yeah, there's so many ways to be found from online, so you have to protect yourself, especially as a young person. Exactly. I have never, ever, ever in my whole life announced my age online until I was very clearly overage and an adult. Like, last year was the only time I started actually saying my age online. Frost, thank you so much for the 5 subs. That's so nice of you. Did we reach the daily sub goal? From a 2-digit number. From nearly, like, you know, not even from a 2-digit number. Like, I didn't start saying my age online until I was 28. 33 subs. So every sub that we get after now, it's going to be an extra minute to the chat. So we have an extra 3 minutes of today's stream. And everyone who individually subs to my Twitch, a tier 1, a tier 2, or a tier 3 sub, I'll stay an extra 5 minutes as well. Because I'm trying to get to the 70-30 split for May. And we're 44 points off the 70-30 split. So if I can get 40 individual tier 1 subs before the end of the week, that means I reach the 70-30 split. Yikes. But yikes. What's this channel about? We just talk about different things on different days. Like yesterday, we kind of just looked at the Discord and what people were sending in to talk about. Today, we do hot takes. Tomorrow, I don't stream on Wednesdays because I'm working on a collaboration with another streamer. Thursday is Nana's 8th birthday party on stream. And Friday, actually, I'm going to swap that around. I might, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know yet because I don't know what we're going to be doing for Friday. I think I wrote it down, but confessions. Confessions is Friday. We're doing a confessions, an anonymous confessions live stream. But, so, I'll start with my first hot take. So I said I would try and make some of my hot takes about Memorial Day, since it was Memorial Day yesterday for the Americans. So This one I really feel deep down, and I think it's wild. Um, I really feel like if you wanted to honor veterans in America, the US government should have more schemes for helping your veterans rather than letting them become homeless. Your government doesn't care about your soldiers or your veterans. They only care about making you patriarchal enough to take their places. What do you think about that? It's almost like when they are done with you, they just throw you to the side and get new people. Then why do you still join the army though? Or the Marines or the Air Force when you know that you're just another number to them? Trump changing things. No, he's not. Trump literally didn't say one good thing about veterans yesterday. He just went on a absolute meltdown talking about the left, and he didn't say any condolences to the people who never made it back to America. He didn't ask for a moment of silence. He didn't do anything yesterday except for his speech that he did live. But on his social media, he was nothing but disrespectful. People join the army to escape the poverty the government forces them into. That's true. So basically in America, the way things are now isn't what was intended. That's how veterans have always been treated. The military in states is more than just the president. It's got a big legacy. A big legacy of dying for your country, and if you come back, you're thrown to the side. It doesn't, and even worse so if you come back with medical problems, be them physical or mental, double thrown to the side. Thanks for losing your leg. Thanks for the multiple complex post-traumatic stress disorders. Now move the fuck on. You are disposable. How does it work where you live? Ireland doesn't have an army. Right, that's terrible. No. Switzerland doesn't have an army. We're natural neutral countries. Ireland has always been neutral since we became an independent sovereign nation in 1949. They fought about the Allies and Axis. No, they didn't. Ireland wasn't in World War II. Like, we made a very big point to not be in World War II after the Irish were used as cannon fodder alongside the Indians in World War One, since we were the disposable people that were put up on the front line to protect the British soldiers behind us. Many Irish did join the British Army, though. Not willingly. It's called human shields. That's why Ireland was not involved in World War II, because we didn't want to help the British after what happened. What are they like with veterans? Does anyone here want to comment on what it's like to be a veteran in Finland? There's a lot of Finnish people in the chat. I'm sure they can give a very interesting response. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to come and join us on Twitch, you are more than welcome. Being a veteran in the US sucks. Yeah, it does. I don't understand why people are trying to defend what's happening rather than trying to change it. Like, why do you just defend it so staunchly? How veterans are being just cast aside and they're not being helped. People are trying to change it. Are they? What's being done to try and change it? Is there any sources that you could show? Because I haven't seen many people talk about it. Imagine saying being a veteran sets you up for life if you aren't an idiot. What's that mean? Like, if you aren't an idiot, like if you don't suffer from post-traumatic stress from seeing people being killed while you're out on tour? Like, does that count as being an idiot? Or does stepping on a mine and having both your legs blown off count as being an idiot? Because, you know, I don't understand why you'd say, you know, you being a veteran is fine as long as you're not an idiot. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Yeah, no, apparently to this dude, dying in a war is being an idiot. Crazy. When you're young, usually when the recruiters come around, you are coined into thinking you're serving your country and that your country will take care of you. Yeah, propaganda. Veterans are honored in Finland. Also, there are organizations to help them and benefit from them and their spouses, but it's harder right after war. But it was harder right after war. But how are they treated? Like, because a lot of Finns did go to Afghanistan when America asked for help in 2001. Like, do you know anyone that went to Afghanistan? And how were they treated when they came back? Because a lot of European soldiers did go. A couple of your friends did. And how were they treated when they came back by the German military? Were they looked after? Did they get jobs? Did the German military help them get jobs? That's because you're in the States. I'm not in the States. I live in Finland. I live in Helsinki. Most media right now in and out of the States are focused on Trump's stupidity. No, I'm not from the States. You might be new here. I'm Irish and I live in Finland. Which is, I live 2 hours from the Russian border. If you don't know where Finland is on a map. Not trying to be rude, just saying. Why do people clown themselves up like this? What do you mean clown myself up like this? Like, sorry, what? I think some of the stigma regarding American veterans comes from how citizens treated returning soldiers from Vietnam. How were soldiers treated when they came back from Afghanistan? But those who needed it, they did get help. And that's the good thing about it. Like, as long as they got the help that they needed, then it's a lot better. Because I feel like a lot of American vets feel like they didn't get the help they needed. And I have seen loads of videos, and I did get 2 videos particularly from poor Puerto Rican veteran that was talking about Trump's speech and his posts from yesterday. And I did get another video from the wife of a veteran. Both American.
Let me ask you something. How low does a man have to be to turn Memorial Day, a day to honor Americans' fallen heroes, into a political dumpster fire? Because that's exactly what the man in the high castle did with his True Social rant today. If you guys don't already know, my name is Alexis Cardoza. I am a United States Marine Corps veteran, and today we're calling out the disgraceful and embarrassing display from a man who's never understood the meaning of sacrifice. You and I, we're going to talk about it. Here's the real difference for the folks in the back who don't understand. Memorial Day is for those who never made it home. It's not about barbecues. It's not about politicians. It's not about waving your American flags. It's about the brothers and sisters we lost in combat. While Veterans Day, well, that's for those of us who came back home alive, forever changed, but breathing. Both days matters. But today isn't about us. It's about honoring all of those who gave it all. But did the man in High Castle mention any of that? No, not once. He didn't say a single word about our fallen. Not a thank you, not a moment of silence, not even a fake attempt to pretend he cares. Instead, he went on Truth Social and called his political opponents scum. He ranted about immigration judges and even took cheap shots at President Biden, calling him a decrepit corpse. That's real presidential. You know what makes this even more disgusting? Trump's cognitive decline is on full display, and it's getting worse every day. Remember that awkward West Point speech where he could barely walk down a ramp? Or when he bragged about how nobody wants to join the military under Biden? While literally speaking at a graduation ceremony full of people who joined under Biden. That's not just incompetent. It's flat out embarrassing. This man who dodged the draft because of bone spurs has the audacity to disrespect the memory of the fallen and use Memorial Day as another day for his circus of bitterness. Meanwhile, his followers say that this is the new America. Well, if ignorance is the new patriotism, well, count me out. So are we really going to let a guy who thinks sacrifice means missing a round of golf redefine what it means to honor our heroes? Let me know in the comments, because if this is the new America, we all got to have a sit down and talk. Please hit the link in my bio. Follow me on here. Follow me everywhere else, including my second TikTok.
Please drop him a follow. His name is Alexis Cardoza, at Alexis Cardoza on TikTok. He makes good videos. And I think he put the nail on the head there. Like, if you hear it from, like, you know, what they say, the horse's mouth, that is an example of the horse's mouth. Like, you're hearing it from a veteran. Like, yeah, Trump is a coward. He avoided the draft 4 times. Is the best way to say it. Like, he thinks that people should sign up for it, but he avoids it himself. Like, I'm not saying that if you want to avoid the draft that you're a coward. I don't believe that at all. I believe that it should be your liberty to be able to choose to go to the draft or to sign up for the army or not. But when someone actively says that you should be joining the army and actively likes the draft but avoided the draft, it doesn't really make sense, does it? Does anyone have a point or anything they'd like to say on that? He also said that anyone that gets hurt or dies in a war is a sucker and a loser. Yeah, that does sound like something he'd say, wouldn't it? Nice. As a US soldier in the army, I can say that current members and vets alike are given such amazing benefits and opportunities. It's just a fact of them not taking advantage of what they're given. What do you mean by taking advantage of what they're given? The Finnish Peacekeeping Association organizes peer support in cooperation with the defense forces, and in Finland there is free healthcare. That is true, but they can't help everyone. Some peacekeepers have serious mental problems. I do hope that they do get a lot of mental health support, because that is a massive thing that happens when you come back from war. Like, people do seriously suffer from PTSD. PTSD is a massive problem. Massive problem. Like, when I was going to cognitive behavioral therapy, my therapist wouldn't tell me who exactly, but she said she did have a lot of people that were there from, not and like peacekeepers from Ireland. Ireland's very well known for our peacekeepers, and she did have a lot of people that were coming to her that did suffer from PTSD from being in the peacekeepers. There was one more video that I was going to show, and it's also from someone who was married to a vet, and it just continues to show.
We don't celebrate
so that people can say that things aren't true and blah, blah and all that stuff.
Memorial Day in this house. In fact, I don't support the military at all. Hi, I'm Joanna. I'm the widow of a disabled retired Marine. And every year on Memorial Day, I like to remind people why I don't support the military. So in 2013, my late husband took his own life in our home with our 4 kids inside. First, he tried to take me with him. That was because he had PTSD and a traumatic brain injury from, you guessed it, being in the Marines. Now, why don't I support the military in general? Well, I'll tell you. Nobody is fighting for our rights anymore. They're going overseas to fight for oil interests for big oil companies here in the United States. Can you guess who the biggest lobbyists in our government are? Oil companies. You guessed right. You got it. And do you know what the military does to people from the time they sign their name on that dotted line? They are breaking them down mentally. Look up what happens to people after being just in boot camp. Then you send them overseas to fight a war that's not actually happening, looking for weapons of mass destruction. And all they're doing is hurting other people, hurting themselves, and then going home and hurting their families. I like to take every single Memorial Day and remind people that no, people are not dying for our freedoms. They're dying for rich men's oil. I got left with 4 broken children and a whole lot of trauma. My middle son is currently hospitalized for suicidal ideation that has to do with his father's passing. All right, keyboard warriors, go ahead and tell me how I'm unpatriotic and a dumb liberal. I was his caregiver. I saw what the military did. Until you've walked a mile in my shoes, you don't get to tell me how I support our country or don't support our country.
Again, from someone who has seen firsthand how American vets are treated, and now has to live with the aftermath of it. So, I think coming with those receipts is good, just to show that, you know, it's not good what's happening, and you can say that it's not true and XYZ, but they're not getting the care that they should be getting. That's a fact. But if you're watching on YouTube, please come and join us on Twitch. Would greatly appreciate your support. I do not allow my children to believe the books from school. It's just at school, but it has nothing to do with freedom of this country anymore in real life. You don't believe the stuff that kids read in school? As in, like, you don't believe the which? For the drafting in Germany, we're going to bring back the compulsory military service. I don't think that's bad. You just got to take basic training and people can see if they like being part of the army or not. Also, those who just finish basic training don't get to go in other countries to fight. There's also for people who actively choose. I actually do have a hot take on that. Let me see if I can find it. I do actually have a hot take when it comes to conscription. How many people in the chat think conscription is good or bad? Can we get a poll on Twitch, please? I just did the poll on YouTube. Conscription means involuntarily. Who here thinks conscription is good or bad? I don't agree with it, but standing armies are sadly, but armies are sadly necessity. I don't think it's good, but I'm here for others' opinion. The worst soldier is the one who doesn't want to be there. Literally true. So dangerous having a soldier who doesn't want to be there. It's just dangerous for everyone else. That's the best way to think about it. Doesn't still need it because of Turkey wanting to claim our lands. Are you Greek? What part of Greece are you from? I don't think we've ever had a Greek. Welcome to the chat. How do you say hello in Greek? I'm going to Greece next month. I'm going to Crete. I hope you weren't near the okay, you weren't. The earthquake that happened last Wednesday. That was wild. Joining the military isn't about defending your country, it's about advancing corporate interests. I did 1 year of the Hellenic Air Force in Larissa. Did you like it? The book Brave New World was a fictional story, but a perfect example of how the US is becoming, in my opinion. That's interesting. I wish I had time to read more books. I was actually going to write that down. I went, no, Clara, you have way too many books to read. Do not add another book to your list until you finish the books you have. Like, I'm literally actively trying to finish all my books right now. Oh, apparently you're not allowed to talk about veterans on anything unless you actually are a vet. That's wild. That's crazy. Did you hear that, guys? If these billionaires want people to fight in wars, then they should get down from their ivory towers and go fight them themselves. True. True. I didn't know we weren't allowed to have freedom of speech. Oh, no. Freedom of speech is now kind of illegal in America. You can only talk about things that, you know, they want you to talk about. And that is just so true for America nowadays. They don't believe in freedom of speech anymore. There's a clear example. Like, you don't have freedom of speech to talk about what veterans go through unless you're a vet, says this person. But I bet they're a strong believer in freedom of speech themselves, only when it comes to what they want to speak about. It's very interesting. You know, I was thinking about... I like men speaking about abortion. Men can speak about abortion if they want. They can speak about it if they want. I don't have a problem. I'll listen to what people say. I don't know where you think you are, but people can talk about whatever they want here as long as they're not assholes. You can, I don't care if you're a left winged ideologist. I don't care if you're a right winged ideologist. I don't care if you're Greek. I don't care if you're Australian. I don't care if you're Chinese. I don't care where you're from. I don't care if you recognize as a man, woman, if you recognize as trans or anything. It doesn't matter. For everyone here, this is a safe space to talk. And I want to say that every Tuesday so that people know that it's a safe place to talk. Just don't be an asshole. That's the only rule. You can talk about your points and you can express your points, and I will listen to your points and I will argue your points and you can argue my points, but you have to do it in a reasonable way. If you're being unreasonable and you're just being angry and you're being rude, you'll be blocked, or we won't listen to you. And I think that's fair. For a week, and you've done a good job to make it feel safe. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I was actually waiting for the ad to fucking start so I go to the bathroom. God! Oh. So here's my hot take on conscription, since I'm not going to the bathroom. I think that if conscription without people's consent comes back, it's a form of modern day slavery. Forcing citizens to fight and possibly die for political causes they might not even agree with under threat of punishment undermines your personal liberties. Do you agree or disagree? I know guys who were given the choice, army or prison. I was going to say something just there, then I said I couldn't say that online. Can't say that. I get in big trouble for that one. But what about places like Taiwan and Israel where their right to exist is threatened? Nope, can't have that talk. Is that like contemporary slavery? You're gonna have to explain that one to me. You respect the Israelis who went to prison rather than joining the army? Didn't know that. I think everyone should be considered to work a minimum wage labor job for 6 months and experience poverty so they don't end up hoarding wealth. Jesus, that sounds like slavery too. That sounds like a little bit of slavery right there too. It's like, I'm going to force you to do minimum wage, hard labor so you can experience poverty. That does not sound good. That's not good. I wouldn't say that one. I wouldn't tell people that one. That one's kind of delusional. Minimum wage wasn't poverty when it was invented. They just haven't updated it yet. True. Also true. Like back in the 80s, you could afford a house yourself on a minimum wage job. That's that. Imagine that. That's actually crazy. Imagine working a minimum wage job and being able to buy a house. That's unheard of. I would ask you, like, you know, what the fuck are you smoking? If someone said that to me. Maybe minimum wage would be a living wage if this was a thing. We have a living wage in Ireland and it still doesn't cover the cost of buying a house because inflation is so bad. Property bubble and all that. But we're going to have a small ad break in 50 seconds. And while that happens, I'm going to run to the bathroom because I'm dying to go. But if you're watching on YouTube, this would be a great time to come and join us on Twitch. I'd really appreciate it if you could. We have 175 people watching on Twitch right now. And if you come and join us and help us get to 200 viewers, I'd really appreciate it. I'm trying to get the 200 average viewers on Twitch. And the more people that come and join us, I'd really appreciate it. Genuinely. Why? Because I'd really appreciate it. And if you're enjoying my stream, it would be great if you could come over and join us if you have a Twitch account. There's no ads, only specific timed ads so that I can go to the bathroom and be a human. Has changed since that, sadly, since the 80s. It gets worse and worse as years progress. Yeah, that's why we kind of need a French Revolution. Take out all the people at the top and start all over again from scratch. That'd be nice. I thought that we agreed you're an AI. Life would be so much easier if I was an AI, to be fair. You were owned by the UK for decades? Wait. How long do you think Ireland was owned by the UK? Just don't tell. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. Don't say anything. How long do you think Ireland was owned by the UK? Decades, you say? Hundreds of years ago. Try less than 100 years ago. I'm going to the bathroom. But as far as you can tell, it wasn't called Ireland at that time. Talk about the fact they were literally oppressed by English since the 1700s, possibly even before that. Try the 1200s. And saying that we weren't called Ireland before that time, does that change the fact that it was a country that was Irish, that was oppressed by a foreign nation that wanted to take away our culture? I'm sorry. Please go read about it. Like, I need some history of Ireland clarified, namely between the 1798 rebellion all the way to the Easter Rising. My brother in Christ. That is a lot of Irish. That's a lot of Irish history. There's political history, there's war history, there's socio-economical history, there's genocide, there's economic history. So many things happened in just alone that 149 years of Irish history. And I do not have the time or effort to go through it all. I did Irish history for 5 years in school, and Jesus Christ, it was hard. Like, the penal laws alone. I'll read out the penal laws, G. 1 second. From 1691 to 1778, exclusion of Catholics from most public offices, ban on the Irish language being used in court, ban on intermarriage with Protestants, Presbyterian marriages were not legally recognised by the state, Catholics barred from holding firearms or serving in the armed forces, oath of supremacy required for membership of the Parliament of Ireland. That means you have to swear allegiance to the United Kingdom. Disfranchising Act 1728, exclusion from the Parliament franchise with the Relief Act. Exclusion from legal professions and the judiciary. You couldn't have a legal profession if you were Irish. Education Act, ban on foreign education. You weren't allowed an education. Bar to Catholics and Protestant dissenters entering Trinity College. You couldn't go to the university in Trinity College if you were Irish. On a death by a Catholic, his legatee would benefit by conversion to the Church of Ireland, which that means the only way that you could inherit your parents' estate if you died is if you converted to the Church of Ireland, which was the Protestant Church. Ban on converting from Protestantism to Roman Catholicism on pain of praemunire? I don't even know what that is. Ban on Catholics buying land under a lease of more than 31 years. Ban on custody of orphans being granted to Catholics. Ban on Catholics inheriting Protestant land. Prohibition on Catholics owning a horse. Roman Catholic lay priests had to register to preach under the Registration Act. When allowed, new Catholic churches were to be built from wood, not stone, and away from main roads. No person of the popish religion shall publicly or in private houses teach school or instruct youth on learning within this realm. So, yeah, you couldn't speak the Irish language. You couldn't inherit wealth if you were Irish. You couldn't own a horse. You couldn't live in a town. You couldn't go to school. You couldn't go to university. Like, that's just a small piece of colonialism in Ireland. I've seen the Sinners movie. It's shit. So bad. I've been to Ireland, and it's crazy to me that there's Irish TV, but most of the population doesn't speak it. Well, you understand why now, because if you spoke it, you would be killed for speaking it. There's graves, as I always say on stream, of children in the graveyard where I live that were killed because they were caught going to illegal schools. So, like, it's fair enough saying, like, you know, you think it's bad that Irish people don't speak Irish, but do you say the same thing to Native Americans that they can't speak their language? Do you say the same thing to any indigenous group of people who don't speak the language that of the country that they're from? So just remember. But anywho, where were we? Does anyone else have any more hot takes for us? They have public schools for natives. They have that in Ireland too. They're called Gael Skulls and Gael Closhtas. Why aren't you a vegan? Why would I be a vegan? That's such a weird thing to say. Does anyone have any hot takes they'd like to drop into the chat? Chat? There are white people in South Africa who understand the government is redistributing land for the minority, but the minority sees it as a genocide. There are white people in South Africa who understand the government is redistributing land to native from the minority. I don't know what I literally don't, from the minority? I don't understand what you're trying to say there, genuinely. I don't know what, I'm literally trying to reread that, I just don't understand what that sentence means. It's the same with Welsh. If you spoke Welsh, you were given the Welsh knot. If you had it at the end of the day, you were beaten. Yeah, same thing happened to Irish. You were given, the Irish people, you were given a stick, and for every like scratch on the stick that day, you get hit every time for every scratch that was on the stick that you spoke Irish. But I will read out one of my hot takes. So how many people here are girl dads? Put your hands up in the chat. Girl dads. Like you have a daughter. You're a man that has a daughter. Hands up in the chat if you got if you're a dude and you have a daughter. This is not directed specifically at anyone in the chat, but this is just how I strongly feel about, and I'm not saying that I'm directing this at you, so please don't be offended by anything that I say. This is just something that I feel, and I think that a lot of fathers can do better. So I think that a lot of dads aren't doing enough for their daughters, and it really shows, because even when I was younger, I don't remember a lot of girls being extremely close with their dads. I'm very close with my dad now, and I nearly call my dad every day, and I talk to him throughout the day, and I send him like posts and I show him stuff that I'm doing. But it wasn't like that when I was younger. And it really does fall on this idea that dads weren't very close with their daughters because it was the quote unquote mother's role to be the one that was close to the daughter, and it wasn't the father's responsibility. But this is the problem, I think, with that. But if you want your daughter to be chasing good boyfriends and marrying good husbands, how's she supposed to do that when she's never had a good example of how men are supposed to treat her if you haven't shown her and led by example? So what do you think on that? You're so many years away from that first potty training. I think it's really important that you don't put all of the raising your daughter on your wife to do. And it's important to bring your daughter on daddy and daughter hangouts and daddy and daughter like time. Like bring her to the cinema, bring her for ice cream, go to her games, go to her sporting events. Always tell her how beautiful she is. Always tell her how confident she is, and always build her up, just like you'd build your sons up, because then she'll know that there is a standard, that this is how she should be treated, and she'll know then that this is the expectation that other men have to reach, because you've already set the standard for her in her life. So be a normal parent. No, I don't know any girls that were had an active dad in their life that would do stuff like that when I was younger. And I'm not saying that the men who raised my friends were bad fathers. I'm just saying that they were very active in the roles of raising their brothers, and they put the active role of raising their daughter on the mother. Do you have kids? No. I'm sad you don't know anyone that didn't have dad-daughter time. Yeah, no, I genuinely can't. I was genuinely thinking about this morning, and I don't know. I couldn't think of anyone that really had a close relationship with their dad. I think it's difficult for dads in the 30-plus age group because we're just now, as a society, telling men it's okay to feel and express those feelings. Why is that a problem in raising a daughter? Like, why is that a requirement for going to their soccer games or going to their swimming or going to, bring them to the cinema? Why is that? That just sounds like a cop-out. And I'm not saying that it's not important, but that just genuinely sounds like a cop-out. I think fathers can be ignorant, uncomfortable when the concept of being close with their daughter. It's a fine line to walk without being weird and creepy. I don't think it's weird or creepy to show affection to your daughter. I think it's weird if you don't show love and affection to your daughter. When I was about 8, my mother stopped being much. When I was about 12, my father got ahead and turned into a much nicer person. Why'd you believe there's not any climate crisis? You just wait. It's the most important line to walk, and walk proud. Exactly. Like, I have a video that I want to show you guys, and it's on MGK. And MGK might be just the most annoying musician in the world, but he's genuinely the best dad in the world.
Like this dude. Like this dude flies to Cleveland every single weekend to watch his daughter play volleyball.
Yeah, that's all time.
Every weekend. Like won't tour, do shows during volleyball season. Like it's just what he's on. That's just who that dude is.
Girl dads, that's a blessing. She's gonna be your best friend.
Got any father advice for me?
Always make sure throughout her growing up that you call her beautiful and that you say all the things that these other young men will say to her that can't impress her anymore because she's heard it her whole life from her father. Fill her with so much love that anybody who offers surface level love, she won't be wooed by it.
You know, see through the bullshit.
Yeah, they're gonna have to work harder than, you know, little petty compliments, and you know, so because she heard that she was beautiful from her father her whole life.
I think that's actually just great advice. I roll my eyes at comments when people say I would never look at a celebrity for any kind of parenting advice. Like we're not talking, this isn't that deep. Like, just listen to the words that he says. Like, he could actively make excuses and say that he can't make it to his daughter's volleyball games, that he's working, that she should understand that he's really busy. Like, you know, he's human too. He's actively trying to be in his daughter's life, even though he is a busy person. So, like, saying those things is just, you just get a fucking fat eye roll from me. Like, he is a good dad. Have you ever heard the slam poem to the boys who may one day date my daughter? No. I don't even know what slam poem means. Talk is cheap. What do you mean talk is cheap? Like, he actively goes to her. Like, what do you mean talk is cheap? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, oh my god. Stop. Fat eye roll one more time. One more fat eye roll for the ones in the back. But cool. Cool, I guess. Whatever. People say the most stupid shit. Yeah, like, as Charlie said, wisdom from every source should be welcome to be at least heard. Like, that's just crazy. I feel crazy. But anywho, has anyone else got any more hot takes for us? That was one of my hot takes. If you want to drop one of your hot takes in the chat, you're more than welcome. Where's my pen? Oh, there it is. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. He's trying to be actively involved in his daughter's life, which is more than a lot of guys do. Facts. Big facts. Is your hair a wig? Yes. If your adult kid don't want anything to do with you, you're the problem. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Some people are crazy. I think it's a case-by-case basis. Like, if someone says that they don't talk to their parent, then I like, you gotta look at the situation. Some people can be crazy. They could be avoiding responsibility, the people that aren't talking, or, you know, they could be avoiding not talking to someone for a very good reason, or they could be avoiding people in their life that are trying to tell them what they're doing is wrong. You've seen my Facebook. Oh shit, I forgot to announce on Instagram and Facebook that I was live. Thanks for reminding me, Joe. Cheers, man. What does your hair look like? I have blue hair. And half of it shaved. Good morning. I just announced that I was live on YouTube and or not on Instagram and Facebook. What was my original hair color? It's like a blondie brown. Are you single? I don't talk about anything really to do with my personal life on stream. I don't think it's important information. It has nothing. It's not going to affect my stream in any way, shape, or form to know about my private life like that. How long have I been streaming? I think the summer of 2022. I think the summer of 2022 is when I started streaming. Like May. No, that's not true. That was full time when I started streaming. I started streaming on December 15th, 2021. I think that's when I started, like, streaming. Have you ever been fishing before? No. I don't think I'd have the time for it. I swear to God, I'd be sitting there and I would be bored off my fucking tits. I can see why a lot of people who fish smoke and drink. Because what else are you supposed to do while you sit there quietly waiting for the fish? Have you ever tried Expedition 33? Finished it. Great game. Best game in the past 10 years. Your private life is on a need-to-know basis. Chat don't need to know. I don't even feel like saying, like, chat don't need to know. I just don't think it's important or has anything to do with my stream. It might be if, like, you know, that was my... If I was doing, like, a lot of content that was around relationships and stuff like that, but it doesn't have anything to do with my content, so I don't think it's important. Well, you give a man a fish, that's one day of food. You teach him to fish, you feed him for life. I don't like fish. I hate the taste of fish. Your girlfriend loves, so I watch. Ah, tell your girlfriends. Thank you so much for watching me. I appreciate it. Genuinely, I do. All toilets should be like disabled toilets with a sink, toilet, and changing table. Do you not have that? Are you saying all toilets, like all public toilets, should be like that? Or like even private bathrooms, like in restaurants and stuff? Because I can understand that, you know, of course, all public toilets, we have that, I'm sorry, in Ireland, even in the shittiest back arse part of fucking Ireland, you will find a changing table inside all of the girls' and guys' bathrooms in public places. And there is a disabled toilet. Sorry. Are you naturally that pale? Not trying to be mean, kind of jealous, actually. I'm not trying to be rude either coming back at this, but how else would I be this pale? That's not, that's literally me not trying to sound rude, but how else would I be this pale? Like, do you get whitening bleach or something? Makeup? You think that I have makeup all over my body? Because I am the same color on my arms as I am on my face. No, we don't in Ireland. Never once have I found a changing table in a men's room. I haven't been to a lot of men's bathrooms in Ireland, but I can promise you that they are in all the girls' changing rooms and they're in the disabled toilets. Some people do bleach their skin. I don't even know why I would look into with bleaching skin, but no, I do not bleach my skin. I just don't go out in the sun. I don't like tanning. It's annoying because whenever you get a tan, sometimes it's patchy. Like it could be on your face, it could be on the bottom of your arms, but it won't be all over your body cleanly. And then you have to change your foundation for a few weeks until you go back to your original color. It's just such a pain in the fucking ass. Then go find a foundation that matches your new skin color. So I just avoid, even on hot days, I just avoid the sun. I have a hat on. I have sunglasses on. I have factor 50 on. I have my arms covered. I have my legs covered. I actively try to stay out of the sun. Even when I'm like lying out in the sun, I stay in the shade. I enjoy outdoor activities as well, but I just don't like getting suntanned. You're very confused. Why? Sun makes me turn into a lobster. It doesn't actually make me turn into a lobster. I do get a tan, and I do quickly tan, even when I put on factor 50. I just don't... it's just too much of a pain in the ass. You can get vitamin C from other things. Like I drink a vitamin C ginger shot every morning to make sure that I get my vitamin C and my vitamin D. With lime because I wanted to look like that was very white. You covered yourself in lime. Does that bleach your skin or something? Too sun can damage your skin. True. I did a lot of damage to my skin when I was younger. I didn't ever wear sun cream. It was very silly. I know. Thank you to everyone who has gifted subs today. I really, really appreciate it. Genuinely, I really do. Anyone that sends any subs now, I stay for an extra minute on stream. So we're staying for an extra 4 minutes on stream so far, and anyone who drops an individual sub, I stay for an extra 5 minutes as a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. Her hair that makes her look so pale. I don't think so. If I take off my wig, I still look pale. Hey, Cyanide, thank you so much. I'm staying for an extra 10 minutes, baby. Thank you so much, man. There should be a button that's at the top of the screen that has like a star beside it, and that is the oh no, it's a little present box beside it, and that's the subbing. I have never in my life gotten a pedicure. Ever. I'm getting my nails done for the first time in years on the 11th of June. I'm so excited. I'm getting my nails done in Finland. I found a really nice girl to do my nails. She lives in the north of the city. Can't wait. Yeah, I don't do a lot of girly things at all. Never gotten a pedicure. I think it's I wasn't raised with money, so I think the only people who go and get pedicures are people who have actively been around that kind of culture, and that culture was never a thing for me. Does that make sense? Yeah, no, Finland uses euro. What did Finland use before the euro, actually? Did you use the same as Sweden? Marca. Ooh, that's interesting. I need to. I want to know now what it looks like. Interesting. This is the marca for anyone wondering. It looks cool. I think it looks. I think it looks pretty. The notes. When did you get rid of it? When you joined the Euro? I also think it's a serious luxury to get your nails done, and it's something a lot of people can't afford. In America, I know it costs crazy money to get your nails done. Hello from Sweden. I knew you said moi. Hey! Velkommen. I knew you said tervetuloa again as well. Hey, thank you so much for subscribing for 7 months. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much, genuinely. Does anyone else have any more hot takes for us? I got loads more hot takes. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more hot takes. There's actually this really cheap way of giving yourselves French tips. If you ever want to have French tips, but you can't afford to do it, just get a white pencil and run it underneath your nails. And that's how that'll give you a very original French tip. Please stop asking about my relationship status. It's not something that I'm ever going to talk about on stream. Hot take, sexuality is 100% a choice. Why do you think that? Wait, we have to hear him cook. Peyton, why do you think that's don't question him. Don't question him. We have to hear what he has to say. Why do you think sexuality is 100% a choice? You can choose to either be or not to be. You either have freedom or you don't. What do you mean you can either choose to be or not to be? You can choose your sexuality? You mean you can choose your sexuality? No. You can choose your gender. You can't choose your sexuality. Your sexuality is something that you are born with. There's a very big difference between sexuality and gender. There is 2 types of sexuality, and there's also intersex. There's XX chromosomes, and there's XY chromosomes, and then intersex are different types and different variations of XY and XX chromosomes. Gender is what you're talking about, which can be chosen. And you have the freedom in a lot of countries to choose your gender. Sexuality has nothing to do with being male or female. Yes, it does. That is literally what it is. Sexuality is your biology. Gender is a social construct which you can choose. Wow, you're a scientist. No, I'm not just I'm just not fucking thick. Choosing to be male or female has nothing to do with who I'm attracted to. You're right. But you can't choose to be male or female. Let's just look it up. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Apparently I'm wrong. No, sexuality and sex are not the same thing. Sex refers to a person's biological characteristics, typically assigned at birth, while sexuality encompasses a person's feelings, thoughts, attractions, and behaviors towards the others. Sexuality is a more broader concept that includes aspects of the sexual orientation, gender identity, and sexual behavior. I didn't know that. That's interesting. I didn't know that, honestly. I thought that it was the same thing. It's kind of, that feels kind of like a trick question. That kind of feels like a trick question. When you talk about sexuality, you're talking about the broader sense of the concept of sexual orientation, gender identity, and sexual behavior. That is confusing. That feels like a trick question. I think to make it less confusing for people, like you should explain that when you do say that. It is to do with gender. It literally says in the definition, that it is to do with the broader concept that includes aspects like sexual orientation, gender identity, and sexual behavior. That is in the definition. But you should explain that though. Because it's not, that's where I think it will be better if when you explain, you shouldn't just say statements if you want people to be on your side with things that you feel. You should explain them to people so that people can understand what you're talking about. Does that make sense? If anyone here is rude to anyone as I said, and I keep saying, if anyone here is rude to anyone else in the chat from anything to do with where you're from, what your political ideologies are, what your sexual preferences are, or anything, you will be banned or asked to leave. So I'm going to specifically time out people if they're being rude or anything like that in the chat. Do not be homophobic. Do not be rude to anyone else in the chat. It's okay to give your opinion on the subject, but it's not okay to be rude to anyone. And I hope that makes sense. But when you're explaining that to people from now on, I think it was Peyton on YouTube, you should explain, you should say your statement and then explain that sex and sexuality are two different things. Because it's totally fair to, you know, believe what you want to believe and whatever, however you feel. But if people are confused on what you're saying, they're not bad people. And I hope that my example shows that I was just confused and I didn't know that the two terms were not the same. So it's important to explain yourself. And that doesn't mean that people aren't going to be on your side for what you say. Just people might not know what words mean. And it's totally okay to not know everything. I never want anyone to believe that I think I know everything. Because people learn every day. And they grow as people every day. And you should want to try and help people grow as people as well. Does that make sense? And if you're watching on YouTube, please come and join us on Twitch. And if you're new here on YouTube, please don't forget to drop a like and drop a follow as well. But does anyone else have any more hot takes for us? Okay, changing your sex, being trans. What have you not... The chat will stop moving. I have to ask, but okay, changing your sex, being trans, what have you but not wanting to be labeled? There, you'd rather be under a different label by wanting specific pronouns then. So trading one label for a different one. I don't think so. It's not a label to want to be comfortable who you are. Because Arrakis, you're coming from a place of privilege if you've always felt that you felt comfortable in your own body, that you look in the mirror and you're comfortable with how you look and that you're comfortable in all aspects of what you recognize as a person. It's not the same for everyone. And it's not something as simple as changing labels. It's about just simply feeling better about who you are as a person. Are you comfortable? 100%. I hope that makes sense. That isn't privilege. It is extreme privilege. Houses in remote areas in Finland are getting too cheap. What do you mean by too cheap? That's interesting. But let's see what other hot takes I have here. Okay. I got three very different hot takes. So my next hot take is so here's the question. Who here hates scalpers? Who here hates scalpers? Say, me in the chat if you do. And let's get to 300 likes on YouTube. Let's go. Define scalpers. Anyone that buys a product and ups the price on it and makes it so that it's harder for the public to get said product because we have to go through a third party to get it at a higher price. Concert tickets, PlayStations, Labubus, collectibles, Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering cards, special edition clothes. Who hates scalpers? Notorious, please hold on to that hot take, and I'll take you after my hot take. Please hold on to that. Or like people like with season tickets who try to make profit on games they can't make. No, that's not a scalper. Someone who professionally buys out loads of a product just so they can up the prices of it and make a profit off it. So, for example, if you have if you go into Target or if you go into any kind of GameStop store in the EU and you go to the Pokemon card section to get your kid or get yourself some of the new Eevee cards, because that's the last collection that I saw people buying, and the whole of all the Pokemon cards are gone. And there's a little card left where the card should be. And it's Scalpers' phone number on the card where you can buy all of the cards off them at a much higher price. As an example, when the PS5 was released, people bought bulk loads of them and were selling them for £1,200 each. So, here's my hot take. I think that scalping should be made illegal. For the first 5 years, you should only be able to up the price of up to 20%, or you should be charged with market manipulation. What do you think? Yes or no? So, like, if you buy out all the Pokemon cards and they're selling for €18, you should only be able to up the price to €22. Or you could report that person to the police for market manipulation. And then if a product is older than 5 years, you should be allowed to put any price that you want on it. Creates a false economy. Which creates a false economy? Protecting the consumer? Yeah, we're not talking about, lads, I'm not fucking talking about companies that release the products. I'm talking about individual people, private sellers. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who buy out products to increase the price by 100% to make a profit from us. Sure, the issue is more the limited level of release that these companies produce. I don't think there is a limited amount when scalpers try to buy out all the stock. What's the difference between Ticketmaster, me doing it, and Ticketmaster doing it? Ticketmaster shouldn't be allowed to do it either. I'm specifically talking about products right now, though. Tickets is not something that I've thought about. The used game market is insane. Pokemon Emerald goes for $240 all day. I think that's something that can't be fixed, but I'm talking about stuff that you want to buy in the short run, in the past 5 years. Because people still buy at the higher price. If the customer base refuses to buy, then the product is worthless. One thing that Sony did do, which I really liked, to combat scalpers was, do you remember when the special edition PlayStation 5 came out? And a load of scalpers bought it straight away on release and tried to sell it for double the price that it was coming out for. And then Sony released more stock to try and counteract the effect of the scalpers. That was great. I loved that. It was a two-way battle since we were in the midst of a semiconductor shortage at the time, and scalpers took advantage of that. I hate scalpers. I never buy from scalpers. Her name's Nana. Third-party platforms, they allow the raising of MSR of items. They don't. On eBay, you can report people for scalping, and they'll have their accounts taken down. You can report scalpers on eBay. It's not allowed. And they also should say that if you go up to the counter and you're buying a load of stock, that you should be allowed to increase the price at the counter. Or if you want it for the original price, you can have it for the original price if you open it at the counter. When scalpers were buying 100 packs of hand sanitizer, online retails banned sales for sanitizers outright. Jeez, I remember that. That was so bad. I agree with you. As a collector, I do get screwed a lot if I can't get a pre-order. They did it with a lot of electronics during the semiconductor shortage. It's so annoying. I think what's worse about them is how they act. For example, if you want to buy a pack of cards for your kid and they have a whole cart, they'll tell you to piss off, and it's just the silliest thing. That stuff annoys me. That's just so bad. Like, have you actually had to go up to someone and be like, can I just have one pack of cards? And they're like, fuck off, when they're buying them and they've bought out all the stock? I wouldn't know what to do. I would just be looking at them like, you're fucking decrepit. My voice is starting to go. Should it be 1 or 2 per customer? Yes, I think that's the best way to keep it fair. I work at a grocery store. In the way we take care of that issue is we limited product. That's fair. Some places here keep them behind the kiosk with the cigarettes, so you can't just take. That's fair too. Semiconductor shortage just took out the prices of recent GPUs. Are GPUs gone again, really? Are you actually a scalper, though, or are you just saying it to get attention in the chat? Be very careful of your next words, because I will straight up ban you on Twitch. Be very careful of your next words. I'm giving you 4 minutes to reply, or I want this person banned, Kieran. Public executions still happen. Do you see the person I'm talking about, Kieran? 4 minutes. Can I get rid of the thing on my nose? Scalpers 150% above market after they dropped. What does that mean? Three minutes. Like, do you actively scalp products online? That's the question. But does Finland have a collectibles scene? Also, ever since I met Joey, what's that mean? It means that if the product dropped at 100, they increase the price 150%. Ah. That made that easy. How often do I stream? I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. I try to stream most days of the week. I will also stream this Saturday if we reach the 300 goal for May. If we reach the 300 subs for May. I still have to reach 33 more 33 points to reach it, so try my best. What's my thoughts on death metal? Love death metal. Emo night would be cool. Streaming in the evening is kind of annoying for me. I would do it if you wanted to, but I also want to stream on YouTube at the same time, and I can't do emo nights on YouTube. But we could definitely play games and make it a community stream, which I would be definitely into. I had to pay $1,200 for a PS5 because people doing that think it should be illegal. It literally should be illegal, and my heart does go out to you. Genuinely. Limit stock on water is understandable near hurricane, but when I have 5 special need group homes to stock and challenging. Limit stock on water? That feels like a human rights violation. That's crazy. The scalper did respond, and I blocked him. I mean, on things like a PS, if you are dumb enough to pay a scalper, that's on you. I don't think that's fair. If anyone wants to buy a PS5 and they're hard to get in your area, please reach out to me, because there's a massive pile of them in Verkkokauppa in Helsinki, and I will try and get them to you. If you're struggling to get a PS5 and you want a PS5 at the basic price, I will just ask you to pay for the shipping and to send me how much it is to buy the PS5 in the store. And I will buy the PS5 for you and ship it to wherever you want me to. Because there's a large supply of them here, if it's still hard for you to get a PS5. I don't mind doing that at all. Thank you so much, Flynn, for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. I do not do OnlyFans. But I did say that I would do a bikini shoot for tier 3 subs if we get to 50 tier 3 subs by the time I go to Greece. Bring back exile as punishment. Oh, did you not see that America wants to bring back public executions for pedophiles. What do you think about that? Oh, I'm not getting a Switch 2. Too expensive. Don't have the money. Genuinely. To let you know that I'm fighting cancer currently, and it's your video that kept me going. Oh my god. I really hope you do get better, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your day and an amazing summer. The fact that it's a public execution, I don't agree with, but execution in general for... I just wish they sped up the process for executions of pedophiles. I think you should all be able to throw things at them as well. Instead of using animals for testing on science, we should test on pedophiles. Exactly. I agree with that too. Because they threw away their human rights when they took away the human rights of somebody's child. I don't know about public, but I think execution... Nah! I think drag them out and show it to everyone what will happen to you, because there's so many people on the sex offenders list in America. It is crazy. Do you remember the time when we just looked up a random place in America and we found like 14 sex offenders in just one, like it was like a 5-mile radius? That was crazy. That's actually crazy, like. Prisoners in jail should be used as labor source. I don't agree with that, because people go to prison for different reasons, and I don't believe that. And it's kind of feels like in America how it is right now, that it's the modern day slavery is most of the private prisons that are there. So I don't believe that just because you're in prison that you should be treated like a slave. It depends on the crime. Because some people are just victims of a oppressive system. Texas has death penalty. All states should carry the same. Yeah, but it takes way too long with it. That's the problem. That's just the problem, I fear. Let me see. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 more hot takes. I got a hot take that this is going to be very interesting. Okay, so how many Americans do we have in the chat? Say me if you're American. Say me in the chat if you're an American. This is not me trying to be rude to anyone. This is just something I think you should be aware of. Okay, how many people are not American in the chat? Hands up. Every other part of the world. Now, without knowing where anyone is from, I want everyone in the chat to say where you're from. Now, a large majority of you have proven my point. A large majority of the Americans in the chat have proven my point. Why is it whenever you ask an American to say where they're from, or we don't know who's American in the chat, because I can't remember everyone in the chat saying if they're American or not, but everyone else answered with their country. But the Americans all answered with their states. Now I want everyone from every other part of the world to answer the question like the Americans answered the question. Don't say your country. See, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude to Americans, but it feels like we're supposed to instantly know where Utah and Massachusetts are, but you don't know where, like, Usima is if you're a Finnish person, or where Canterbury is. But why are we supposed to know where states are, and to assume, and we are all supposed to know about every American state? I think the problem is it might be a normal thing in America, because you might say, when someone asks you where you're from in America, it's normal to say that you're from Massachusetts or you're from California, because people know where they are. But just when you're outside of America and you say, and if someone asks you, like if you're in Japan and someone asks you where you're from and you say Louisiana, it comes across as extremely obnoxious, because they're not going to know where that is. And that's not me trying to be rude or anything. It's just something to be considerate of. Does that make sense? Is it just the lesser known states? No, it's just if someone asks where you're from, I think it's fair to say that if you're outside of America, to say that you're from America. And then if someone asks where in America you're from, then you answer with like, no, Louisiana or California or anything like that. But to assume that you know where someone is from just by their state. Like if I was to answer the question and say, oh, I live in Usima, you'd be like, where's that? And if I said, okay, but where's North Dakota? And you like, you don't know where North Dakota is? I'd be like, you don't know where Usima is? So it's giving the same energy. You know? Does that make sense? Yeah, like whenever I always make a joke, I used to make a joke in work that if anyone ever told me they're from Georgia, I'd be like, oh my God, that's crazy. Do you speak Russian? And they look so confused. Because the country Georgia is below Russia. Americans get so confused. Because it's fair for me to assume that if someone says they're from Georgia, that they're talking about the country. And that's not me trying to be rude. It's just something I always noticed in the chat, that when I say, tell me where you're from, because I always ask people in the chat where they're from, everyone else from every other part of the world always says the country. But Americans always say the state. Always. Because no one else in the world says where they're from by state, except for Americans. Not Canadians, not Australians, and Australia is the same size as America. But they don't do it. So it's just I think it's a good point to make just for when you're outside of the States. Canadians do too. I've never met a single Canadian when I asked where they're from, they say Ontario. Or British Columbia. I'd be like, what? Never say Quebec. They always say Canada. And I know a lot of Canadians. I think Quebecans are different because they want to be separated from Canada because they feel a very secular sense of identity being French Canadians. I think that's a different story. But you'd never hear an Australian say New South Wales. It's like, where's that? Like, I think that's a fair point to make, saying, where's that? Like, how am I supposed to know what New South Wales is if you've never been to Australia and if you don't have a good grasp on geography? Or Victoria. Or Canterbury. Like, I think if someone said they're from Canterbury, I would only know they're Kiwis because of rugby and seeing all the Canterbury pants. It doesn't matter if your states are like their own countries in a way. It's kind of, it's just obnoxious to assume that everyone knows where America is. Or which part of America you're from. Or all the different states. You think Canterbury, UK. I always think Canterbury, New Zealand. But, again, just a hot take. Just a hot take. Something I noticed. Does anyone have any hot takes for us? We're from North America, but not Canada. Does that help? No, because there's like 20 countries in North America. Because if you say we're from North America, but we're not Canada, I'd be like, oh, Mexico. Can it be any hot take? Yep. There are 3. No, there's not. How many countries are in North America? How many countries are in North America? 23 independent countries in North America. That really came back at you, didn't it? South America is Mexico. Did you actually just say that with your chest? Really? You're going to stand on that one? Central America isn't a continent. Central America is part of North America. Like they're separated socially, but it's a region of North America. Yes, I fear that's common sense. Is Central America part of North America? Central America is part of North America, consisting of tapering isthmus running from the southern extent of Mexico to the northwestern portion of South America. That's like saying Ireland is UK. No. It's like saying Ireland and the UK are in the continent of Europe. No, that's not wrong. You're wrong. I don't understand what you don't understand here. There's 7 continents in the world. There's North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Oceania. 7. That's your point exactly. Yes. And North America is 23 countries. What don't you understand? What? I don't understand what you don't understand. Totally false information. What is false information? I don't understand what is confusing you. I'm genuinely serious. I'm confused. I thought there was 6 continents. No, I'm pretty sure there is 7. Oceania and Antarctica are the last 2. There's definitely 7. There's definitely 7. I'm countries of North America. There are 23 countries in North America. These include Canada, the United States, and Mexico, along with many Caribbean and Central American nations. A list of 23 countries is provided below. Mainland: Canada, Mexico, United States. Central America: Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama. The Caribbean. All of these are within North America. Caribbean annexed from the British, not North America, but is helped. We're not. These countries are still within North America. Like you said that that Mexico is not in North America. Mexico is very much a country of North America. North America is a continent in the northern and western hemisphere. North America is bordered to the north by the Arctic Ocean, to the east by the Atlantic, and the southeast by South America and the Caribbean, and to the south and west by the Pacific. The region includes Middle America, Caribbean, Central America, and Mexico. See this? See this? That's North America. Do we still have any questions? North America map. Who decides all this? People who are smart and go to university. What continent is the Arctic part of? There's nothing in the Arctic. It's not technically land. It's just a piece of ice. That's why Antarctica is counted as a land mass, because it is a land mass. It's just ice up here. There's no land mass up there. It's just water. Yes, Central America is a region of North America. It's still in North America, though. Are we all okay on this now? Just so that we're all okay on it. No, everyone in the world knows that Mexico is part of North America. Please don't be racist in the chat. Like, you know, it's okay to say that. It's okay to admit that you didn't know this. But to continue to say that, you know, you're just grouping them together, it's wrong. Don't be racist. You will be banned. It's okay to be wrong, but it's not okay to be racist. Does anyone have any... When I Google in Finnish, it says 6 consonants. When in English, the answer is 7. That's interesting. That is interesting. A lot of people don't count Antarctica. Is Antarctica the one that's left out for you? Because it's uninhabited. except for, you know, the lizard people and scientists and the ice wall. So a lot of people don't count it. Does anyone have any more geographic questions? You can ask if you want. It's totally fine. This is a good time since we're already on the topic. And the penguins, of course. Penguins, lizard people, ice wall, scientists. Not Europe and Asia. Oh. It's fair enough. It's fair enough. I can see that too. Flat Earth. Yes. What is Oceania? Oceania is all of the islands in the South Pacific. Wait, is it? Or is it just Australia and New Zealand? Oceania is a geographical and political and geopolitical region primarily comprising of islands in the Pacific Ocean. So, there. That's Oceania. Everything else is Southeast Asia, and everything over here is Oceania. These are the Pacific Islands, and they're all counted as Oceania. Even though America claims Hawaii, it's still in the region of Polynesia and Oceania. Oceania. Iceland and Greenland. It seems like Greenland is contested, I guess, but Iceland is in Europe. Greenland belongs to Denmark and Iceland is its own country. I hate the term belongs. I must be old because in grade school I just learned the continent as Australia. I didn't teach it Oceania. I just don't think that the Polynesians and the Kiwis like to be said that they're from the continent of Australia, because Australia is just one country plus Tanzania. No, Tasmania. So I think it's nicer to call it Oceania. But I hope that makes sense. Not that long ago, they discovered that Oceania was a large continent that spreads much further in all directions, and most of it's underwater. I love that. Like, let's look up and see if there's a picture. Oceania, if water was lower. I think that's it now, but if the water was like lower, there's like loads of land under there. Like New Zealand would basically be its own country. Most of New Zealand is underwater. Like, that's crazy how much of New Zealand is just above water, and the rest of that is just like... Is it Zealandia? Is that what it's called? If it was, if the water levels fell? It's pretty cool. I love looking at maps of if the water decreased. It's pretty cool. But it's pretty cool. And it's okay to ask questions. It's always okay to ask these questions. It's not bad. Like, I'm not going to shame you for asking like important questions like these, because it's good to have them and ask them in a safe place and not feel like an idiot. But to double down and then triple down and then quadruple down, that's when I'll call you an idiot. I still have a few hot takes. For you guys. So, since we're on the topic of climate, let's get to the topic of my controversial thumbnail, because a lot of people have been coming into the chat being like, "You don't think that the climate crisis is real? Do you think that there is a climate crisis? Yes or no?" It's kind of a trick question to ask if there is a climate crisis or not, because there isn't a climate crisis. We have the technology. We have the resources. We could fix it at any point that we want. It's the 100 companies that are at the top that don't want to lose out on a single penny that are making the climate crisis. That's the problem. These people want to continue to make as much profit as they possibly can. They don't care about the world. They don't care about the earth. They don't care about anything. That's our problem. And I will further that point, and I will say that climate change isn't a crisis. It's a crisis for us, and it's a class war, because the ultra rich and the top 100 and the people with all the money in the world, the top 1% that are making all this money and are causing the climate crisis, they will not be affected by it. They will have their air purifiers, they'll have their bunkers, they'll have their private islands where they can go to, and it'll be us, me and you, who will starve and drown and lose our houses and land to either Mother Nature or them, if we are in a good spot. So never, ever think that they are ever thinking in your best interest. They are always thinking in their best interest. They don't care about us. It's never been it should never be a fight between left and right and black and white, or where you were born, or anything like that. The people we should be angry at are the top 1% that are ruining it for everyone else. Those are the people I hate. In my mind, it will always be us versus them, and it will always be eat the rich. That's why I don't believe there's a climate crisis. I believe there's a political crisis, that they don't want to make these companies accountable for their actions. That's the sad part, I think. What do you think? It's not us who should be angry at the government. The 1% don't or shouldn't make the laws. Facts. The government make the laws, not the 1%. It's the 1% that are puppeting the laws of the country. If you live in America, you literally live in an oligarchy. Your government is deciding laws on what the top 1% want. Not what you want and what you need. What they want and what they need. I have a kind of risky hot take. Love that. You could say the same for Hassan Piker. Your hot take. To say that because he believes in extremely left-winged political ideology, yet he is a millionaire that lives in a massive fuck-off house with his probably crazy expensive pearl necklace on stream every single day. And he will never, ever struggle in his life, and never has, because he's grown up rich. He's never been affected by it, but he still, I think his heart is in the right place, because he does actively give back to the communities that he talks about. And there's good people and there's bad people. But at the end, it's all about money with everything. They can fix it, but don't. Literally, same as cancer. They can fix it. They just don't want to because it's profitable. Humans are the biggest and nastiest virus that the world has ever suffered. In every sense. We are the definition of greedy. And we will be our own, the top 1% will be our demise from greed and greed alone. Yeah, that's why I don't hate on Hassan, because I know his heart is in the right place. They're literally holding debates about how they're going to pay their bodyguards once money's useless. I get what you mean. They forced us with laws because of lobbies to change our heating systems, our cars, they forced us out of atomic energy, which is the most green energy. It's a shit show and I hate it. There's no point getting upset about it because there's nothing we can do. That's how I see it. Did you grow up poor? Quite poor. My mom's an artist and my dad's a musician. So imagine how that went. But so you're not left or right. No, I am very middle. I'm an extreme centrist. I take both sides, I look at both sides, and I see benefits in both sides. I'm an extreme centrist. Neutralist. Free Luigi. You can't say that in the chat, Irish. Can't say that in the chat. It gets you in trouble. Not with me. With Twitch. But if you're watching on YouTube, please come and join us on Twitch. I'd really appreciate it. Live on the fence. Nope. Nope. That is American propaganda to make you believe that politics are either left or right, blue or red, and that there's sides. You're the only country in the world that believes that if you're a centralist, that you are a fence sitter. That is 100% propaganda. Every other country in the world sees politics as a spectrum. And there is nothing wrong with that. Don't have actual centrists. They have a sliding scale of ignorance and bigotry. Because even your Democratic Party isn't a left party. For every other part of the world, it would be considered a right-leaning central party. Does anyone agree with me, yes or no? On the world political spectrum, it would be considered a central right-leaning party. In Ireland, it would be. It's not left at all. They don't even support social welfare programs. Exactly. Tough because there's many different kinds of democratic groups. What do you mean by that? But I thought it was an interesting point. I think that's nearly all of my hot takes. Does anyone else have any more hot takes for us? I got one more hot take. Someone here had a really good hot take. I don't remember what it was. I vaguely remember what it was. Yeah, no, Charlie, you saw your man too. If that person is still in the chat and you got that hot take, that was a good hot take. Left, right, and liberal conservative. Four-field policy. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh my god, here's a good question. Do you think AI is good? Yes or no? What's my religion? I am Shinto Catholic. Faisal, if you keep just spamming the chat with that over and over again, you'll be banned. Do you think AI is good or bad? And if you say no, tell me why. If you say yes, please tell me why. Yes, language learning models that get dumped into generative AI, not always. Definitely not for art stealing. AI in the way it is being used is a fuck around and find out. Right now, we are in the fuck around stage. Good morning, Captain. AI is helpful and harmful. I think there's benefits and bad parts to AI, but oh my god, AI has been so helpful to me this week alone. Because how many times have you ever heard me say on stream how much I want a Japanese friend to practice Japanese with? Like, how often have you heard me say that on stream? That I want a Japanese speaker to practice with so I can practice my Japanese. I say it all the time because it would be so much easier if I could practice my Japanese every day. So what I started to do is I talk to ChatGPT every day in Japanese. And it's great. It's actually so good. I talk to ChatGPT for like 20, 30 minutes in Japanese every day. And if I have any questions, or if I need a specific sentence, if I'm learning like a new grammar pattern, I'll put it in and say, can you give me an example of this grammatical structure using this word? And it gives me the sentence straight away. It's so good for practicing my Japanese, because it was impossible for me to find a real person who wanted to sit down and talk to me in Japanese every day. It was impossible for me to find a person to do that. But now I can practice my Japanese with AI. And it's so handy. It's so handy. It's great. They're like my teacher, and it's someone to talk to and improve my Japanese. Super handy in that regard. I think AI could be very good in education because it can give individual learning to specific students and what they need. I think it would be amazing. So if you are struggling to find someone to practice a language with, like Irish, like French, like Spanish, try downloading ChatGPT and using ChatGPT as your partner. Which do you speak better, Japanese or Irish? Japanese, 100%. I have a Japanese degree. But is the AI using proper terms and such, or no? How does it know what proper form of the language to use? Because it's been programmed to be able to, like, when you speak to AI in English, is the English that it's using correct? Yes. Like, you can say that Japanese is a very nuanced language, and it is. But it is very good. And it has improved a lot in the past year alone compared to like 10 years ago, because you could tell in my university when someone was using Google Translate in class, because it was instantly recognizable that the Japanese that they were using was completely out of context and made absolutely no sense. And it was just a literal translation from English. But with the ChatGPT Japanese, it sounds completely natural. Who's there, Nana? Who's there? Who's there? Are you going to go say hi? She always goes and says hi when Fairy comes back. Look. There she goes to say hi to Fairy. Look who came to say hi! Fairy! Look who came to say hi! Nana! She always gets up when you come back and goes out to see you. She always does it. She loves going out to see him. It's so cute. I think within 5 years, you're going to see an explosion in new independent entertainment and scientific research. You'll no longer need 10 people to do it. Instead, you'll have 10 people with the power of millions. You're talking about AI? What pets do you have? 2 cats. People who are nonverbal to help express their thoughts. I don't know, but I could see it. That's true. She has a mix of American and Irish accent, so I wasn't sure. No, I'm Irish. AI does not use water as much as you say. It's fully renewing itself and... Oh, Fairy, can you close the door if that's okay? Thank you. AI does not use water as much as you say. It is fully renewing itself and never takes more water, and sometimes it when it takes water, it's water vapor. I've heard that AI has been causing serious water shortages in the States, though. Like, it does cause it does need a lot of water to keep the sites, like, what's the word, like, cool or whatever. Oh my god, dude, thank you so much for the $5. 0 to 100-fold is if used properly. We can't even fathom AI yet because it would be near 1 million-fold easy. I hope that it continues. I hope that it continues because it's been so handy with my Japanese in the past week alone. It would be amazing. For decades now, but AI definitely adding to that. But does anyone have any more hot takes for us? I just wanted to know what your opinion on AI was, because I wanted to tell you that. As we are at language in Irish, I asked Roke out of fun for my name in Irish. Can you fact check that? Sure. What did it tell you your name was in Irish? Say that you're beautiful. Thank you so much. I confirm it does, in fact, west coast of the US. That's why they're developing a data center to be in the ocean. That'll be so much better, in fairness. Your hair is stellar. Thank you. The issue here in the States is we do not have other options for energy, but our government just doesn't want to use it. True. They want the power that the technology can bring, like an arms race. They'll not be able to be second. True, and that got an eye roll out of me for the facts that it's true. Fergus. Oh my god. Is Fergus? Frederick? In my whole life, I know so many Ferguses, by the way. I have never thought for a second that Fergus was Frederick. I guess it is. That's crazy. Makes sense. Never thought about that before. Is there any Irish people here that knew that Fergus was Frederick in English? That's wild. Didn't know that. I knew Seamus was James. That was a common one. But I never knew that was Fergus. The more you know. It must be right, though. It seems legit. Interesting. But obviously not all names can be translated from English to Irish, because some of them don't translate. Like Clara doesn't have an Irish translation. It's just Clara. Like, but like names that were English kind of do have a lot of Irish translations, because when they were anglicizing the Irish language, they would have changed a lot of Irish people's names. Like if your name was Fergus, they would have changed your name to Frederick. Or if your name was Seamus, they would have changed your name to James. If your name was Sean, they would have changed your name to John. That's why they go back the other way. So if you have an English name, 9 times out of 10, and if it's an old English name, 9 times out of 10, it has an Irish translation. Like how, like, you know, the name Ashley, that's just Aisling. Sean is John and Jack. It's the only one that shares two names. Because two of my best friends in school were Jack and John. They were both Sean in Irish class, which was stupid. I remember my teacher tried to change my first name into Irish, and I was like, please don't. That's not my name. And then she was like, well, I'll just add a GH at the end of your name. And I was like, yeah, you can do that if you want. But don't change my name. She tried to change my name to Circa, which is Sarah. Oh my God, Blackie, thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. I have to stay for an extra 25 minutes today. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Genuinely, I really do. Circa, S-O-R-C-A. It's Sarah in Irish. But my last name does, my last name is in Irish. So it does, my last name is completely Irish. But my first name is Latin. I'm not going to dox myself. Oh shit, do I have to go take a picture of my bedroom? Okay, I said that if we got to 54 subs that I'd take a picture of my bedroom. Kieran has outed me. Let me go take a picture of my bedroom. I told him if we got to 54 subs, I'd take a picture of my bedroom and put it on Discord. Because I told him it's so bare. It's just so sad. Just typical. Nana, why are you looking at me like that? Enjoy your spot. Oh, my legs are killing me. Okay, I got the picture. Next character I create in my RPG will be called Fergus. It's spelled F-E-R-G-U-S. What you got there is Fargus. F-E-R-G-U-S. Discord. Yeah, Fergus. That's right. Let me just put it in the Discord. I'll put it into the general chat. No, I won't. I'll put it into the off topic because the general chat was being swamped just there. Hey, thank you for putting my clip in there, Brokey. I really appreciate it. Thank you, dude. I didn't know. Have you been throwing clips inside there? We should make a clip channel. Because I didn't know people were putting clips in there. Behold, I don't even have a lampshade. Oh man. I'll get the picture, don't worry, I'll show it on stream. Nice sheets, thank you. This is what I call home. There you go. That's my room. You got that. That's it. I'm standing at the door. My room is big enough for a bed, duct taped curtain to the wall, no lampshade on the light. I don't even, you want the sheets? I wonder where I got them. I might have got them on Amazon. A canopy bed. That's expensive. That's expensive, yo. That's it. I have bathrooms bigger than that. Well, look at you. You could always drop a membership and show some support, and maybe I could get a bigger apartment with a bigger room. Just a thought. A bedroom is for sleeping. That's how I see it. Like, as long as I have a bed, a comfy bed, I don't care. That's all that really matters. Those sheets look awful, like my paper on the wall. And it's a design. I can't remember what the design is called, but it's a special kind of design. I have one last hot take. So my last hot take is all girls in 2025 should be doing a martial art, like young girls, so that if anything happens, they are able to protect themselves to a degree. What do you think? Yes or no? Thank you for dropping a sub on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Because did you see the news of the little girl in the States who fought off someone who was trying to approach her, and she used jujitsu? Kickboxing. Kickboxing is awesome. Great choice. Krav Maga is really good too. If I had a daughter, I'd teach her to go for the eyes, ears, and throat. Best advice. I also think women should conceal carry. Unalive people can't fight in your court. What do you think about that? Do you think in America, if you're allowed to, that women should conceal carry? Yes or no? I think if more women did it, it would be good. If I lived in America, I would. 1,000%. Not even a question. 1,000,000%. I would have pepper spray. I would have all types of things. I'd be packing. Like, I would be the definition of the person you do not you would not want to fuck with, because I'd rather be in court defending myself than dead. That's how I see it. Do you know martial arts? No. But I had 2 junior assault charges, so my mom didn't think it was necessary to put me into martial arts. Notorious, we were asking for you earlier. Can you say it again? Better judged by 12 than carried by 6. That is actually my new favorite saying. Better judged by 12 than carried by 6. Fuck. You can carry safety spray in Finland? Requires a license. Wow. Licenses are issued for defensive purposes and to individuals working jobs where such device is needed, such as private sector, security sector. Why would you need it in the private security sector. That's great, though. Oh, shit. How do I sign up for that? I would totally sign up for that. You need a license to do it. How'd you get a license to carry pepper spray in Finland? I would totally be into doing that. There is a non-licensed spray. Interesting. Very interesting. I will definitely be getting that for my bag. 100,000%. That would make me feel so much better. Yeah, but you can't spray bear spray into someone's face because that would be seen as grievous bodily harm, which I don't want. No need. Google turvasumutimet. 1 second. Turvasumutimet. Oh shit. Very nice. Oh my god, you can get it in Verkkokauppa. You get it in pink! I'm getting it in pink. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm getting that. Awesome. Thanks for telling me, dude. Didn't know that. I'm getting myself one. Hello from South Africa. What's up? Thank you so much for joining the stream. What part of South Africa are you from, yo? I can carry pepper spray, taser, a baton, and a gun. Gun is last resort. It's fair. It's sad that women feel like they need to carry stuff like that to feel safe nowadays. Yeah, but it's just for safety. Got ahead. I was interesting today. Learned a couple of things, but duty calls. That's okay. I hope you have a great rest of your day, dude. And I'll see you on Thursday, hopefully. Have a great day, yo. Cape Town. That's awesome. Have you ever been cage diving with sharks? That's the reason I would love to go to Cape Town. And I know now that you can't use chum to get sharks, which I think is actually really good. So it has to be extremely seasonal and you have to be extremely lucky to get great whites. But I would love to have to do cage diving with great whites. Oh, it would be so cool. Oh, wait. Notorious's hot take. We'll take Notorious's hot take. And yes, I do see the chat on YouTube 100%. So Notorious's hot take was hot take, but people, a large portion of people only believe in God because after the loss of a loved one, it's easier to deal with. I'm not saying 100% of people, but a large portion who wasn't born and raised. Is that a bad thing, though? Do you see it as a bad thing that people turn to God or religion when they need comforting? If anything, it's actually a good thing because they see religion as a form of comfort in a time of need. So I don't think it's a good idea to judge people for finding religion comforting when they're upset and they need something to help them get through hardships in life. And I don't think everyone should have to have the same relationship with religion. I don't feel like it makes you more religious if you go to mass every week. It's a private relationship, and it's your private relationship with God. And I don't weigh people as being better Christians or better Buddhists or better anything because they go to public places of worship more often, or they openly talk about their religion more often. What do you believe in when times get hard? Oh, I'm Catholic. So I'm always openly Catholic. Like, always. I always say that I'm Catholic, and I'm quite religious. And no one should make you feel bad for believing or feeling closer to God or religion when in times of hardship. And you're not a bad Christian or anything if you're not a hardcore one. I hope that makes sense. Oh, I have a massive problem with the clergy taking advantage of vulnerable people and profiting as well. I don't believe in that at all. I don't believe in organized religion. I think it's perfectly okay for people to have personal relationships with religion. I don't like any type of religion that profits off of people. I think it should be completely non-profit. And I don't believe in religion being weaponized for hate. Like saying you aren't Christian because you're gay. Or you can't be Christian because you have rainbow hair and piercings. That's extremely anti-Christian of you. Yeah. And I think you'll actually do more hurt than good by going to someone and telling them, like, how they should act when they're already in a vulnerable place. You could ruin their trust and faith. So you might think you're doing a good thing, but you're not. Do you agree or disagree with me in that? I don't believe anyone is a real religious person if they try to look at your outward appearance and question your personal relationships with religion because of that. If anything, those people are posers. Evangelical Christians aren't real Christians. As you say, God for profit. They're the posers of the Christian world, I strongly believe. I don't think I could ever step inside an American church. I think that would make a great stream, just seeing me inside an American church. I would just be like in absolute shock. I wouldn't know what to do. I think I would actually just jaw drop and just be stunned into silence. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be like, what's going on in here? Why is there a massive stage? What's happening? What are we doing right now? I would be so confused in a evangelical church. I'll tell you, a true Southern Baptist church is insane, is the best way possible. I would just be so confused. I guess where the problem comes in, I can only speak from my experience, obviously. Too many times I've seen personal relationship with religion turn into a reason to come down on others. Fake Christians, racist, sexist, and homophobic ways. They're all terrible people if they judge you for those things. If there's one thing the USA has a lot of, it's people legislating their religion. And I can't get behind that. It's just, I would just be so shocked. If I ever do go to America, someone would have to bring me. And if I ever do go to a southern place, someone will have to bring me to a church so that I can experience it, because I would genuinely love to see what a Baptist and evangelical church is like. I would love to see it. I think it would be so dystopian for me. I wouldn't say anything, obviously, because I'm not going to be disrespectful. But I would just love to experience an evangelical or Baptist mass. It would just be interesting. It would be so interesting. I know the Californian Church of Satan is way more Christian than the evangelical church. I know that. It's crazy. They got chased out of another town for posting homophobic leaflets through people's doors. They forced their kids into homeschooling. They used to get beat from their dad, who was a pastor. I only know this as one of the family works at my work and told me that stories from his home life. He's 19. It's so horrible. It would be a judgy experience, not fun. No, don't worry. I would go undercover. I would wear one of my blonde wigs. I'd have my rosary beads with me. I'd have my cross necklace. I would very much look the part. I would blend in just to experience it and say, oh, I'm just from Ireland visiting. I just wanted to see what Sunday service was like in America. God bless. I can do that. We should. I'm telling you guys, we should have a goal for Clara in Christian stealth mode. Clara in Christian stealth mode. That'd be a great stream. No, Sister Clara is different. Sister Clara is different. It's Clara in Christian stealth mode. That would be a stream. Claire 6 going dark. How long does a mass last in Baptist and evangelical church? How long does Sunday service last? Is it an hour? Is it 90 minutes? Is it 30 minutes? How long are you there for? I don't think I can do long than 90 minutes. 90 minutes is like what we do. What? No. 45 minutes, that's fine. 2 to 4 hours for what? What the fuck do you do for 2 to 4 hours? What? No way. No way. Yeah, 1 hour's fine. 1 hour's fine. I can do 90 minutes. I've never seen 2 to 4 hours. I could not imagine being in mass for 2 to 4 hours. What the fuck, like? That can't be true. It can't be true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It doesn't make any sense. Because you're not there from 12 o'clock until 4 o'clock. I don't believe it. What happens when you need to go to the bathroom? That's why masses are only like 90 minutes. 10 to 2. Nah, I don't believe it. 10:30 to 12. There you go. Church usually runs a 3-hour total. Pentecostal church, 3 hours. You sit there and you listen to someone talk for 3 hours. Are you serious? 10. That's crazy. There's singing too. Yeah, we have singing as well, but it's only 90 minutes. That's crazy. Oh my god, I wouldn't be able. I literally wouldn't be able. I'd have to sit at the back. I'd be gone. I'd be gone. Nope. Oh my god, that's crazy. It's actually crazy. Well, we will not be going to a 2 to 4 hour mass. We will go to a normal mass of 90 minutes. I can do an hour. That's too much for me. Way too much for me. Do you guys have to stand up, sit down thing every 5 minutes? Yep. And kneel. Don't forget kneeling. You gotta kneel as well. I'm new here. What's the Goon Gang? This is everyone who is subscribed to my channel. I'm trying to get to 300. Anyone who for anyone who wants to subscribe, I am trying to get to 300 by May, which is by June, which is 4 days away. I just need what's 269? What's 300 minus 269? So 130. We just need 31 more points. 31 more points. I don't even know how this works. Like, I think Prime subs do actually count. Because I haven't seen anyone individually sub to the channel. I think Prime subs actually do count. I wonder, do they? I would say someone drop a Prime sub just to see. But, well, if you have Amazon Prime and you're not subbing to anyone's page, if you could drop a Prime sub just so I can check and see if it goes up, that would be greatly appreciated. Just to see if it works. Because I thought it was only tier 1, 2, and 3 subs. But it's been going up this stream, but I swear to God, I haven't seen anyone individually sub. Okay, Wolfen just did. Thank you so much, dude. Pagan Shadow did. No, I don't think so. I don't think it is. It hasn't. Let me just refresh the page. No. Thank you. I appreciate the 2 subs genuinely. Sounds like what you'd call a transformer who's a bottom, a Prime sub. Stop! That is so bad. A Prime sub. A transformer who's a bottom. Oh my god, a Prime sub. I'm never gonna unsee that. Ever. Ever. I'm never gonna unsee that. Moving on. So Prime subs do not work. But I guess we got individual subs throughout the stream. I just didn't see them. It's crazy. Sub bottom is Prime. Jail. Jail. Autobots pull out. That is so bad. That's so funny. Oh my god. Oh no, stop. That's too funny. Oh my god, stop. No, that's too funny. That's way too funny. So, here's the next question. What do you guys want to do? I've gotten through all my my hot takes for today. Do you want to keep doing hot takes, or do you want to play games? What do you guys want to do? Please vote. Let's get a vote in the chat. You guys are so bad. funny though. Am I cosplaying? No. This is just how I dress. Oh, that's so funny. Please vote in the Twitch chat what you want to do. And while that goes on, I'm going to run to the bathroom because I'm dying to go. Okay. BRB. Is there anything you don't want? Kemi, our fairy's coming. Kemi, fairy's coming in to decide what we get for dinner. That's why I was eating one of these because I'm starving. Not pokey.
No.
That was so bad. I'm not eating pokey again.
Hmm?
I'm not eating pokey again.
Why?
Because it nearly killed me. We're not talking about it on stream. Don't out me to my friends.
Oh. I get it. Hi, everyone.
Korean, says Richard.
No. Yeeks. Yeeks.
Hesburger?
Whatever you want. I told you.
We've never had Hesburger before.
Yeah, I know.
I could not do that right now.
Do what?
That squat.
Yeeks.
When I go to the bathroom, I literally have to hold on to the side of the sink and the shower because my legs have so much lactic acid in them right now.
Legs.
We should get Hesburger and be real Patriot Finns.
Look what we got.
Aw.
We got a baby.
It's her birthday on Thursday.
It's the baby's birthday.
She'll be 8.
Still. What's wrong, baby? Why are you crying?
The only bad thing about getting from Hesburger online is you can't get hot dogs, which is so weird.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's odd.
In it,
It was not all of the restaurants that had hot dogs. I don't know.
maybe. Because I'd like a hot dog. I'm gonna get the chicken tortilla.
Why is everyone saying said hi, said hi, said hi?
What?
You're
Oh, it's just spam.
oh, bunch of weirdos.
Yeah.
Stop with the said hi. Weirdos.
No, don't encourage them. Chicken tortilla.
Something I want to try in America, Captain.
What?
Old Wise.
What's one thing you want to try in America?
Uh,
Oh, for me and Ferry? Oh, for me,
I want to try Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, because I know everyone talks about it. I also want to try the famous, like, there's a restaurant chain that everyone talks about.
Olive Garden.
Olive Garden. Yeah. I've heard about it. Don't know if it's good or not, but everyone talks about it.
I want to try Wendy's, and I also want to try.
In-N-Out is also good. I think I had In-N-Out. Do you like In-N-Out, Captain?
What's that one that everyone always gets the shit kicked out of them in? The one where you get pancakes or waffles. Waffle
Denny's?
House. Waffle House.
No,
I want to.
Denny's.
What?
Denny's.
No. It's
Denny's.
Waffle House. It's
Waffle House.
yeah. It's where everyone. It's 24 hours and people go there to kick the shit out of each other.
I like IHOP. Yeah, IHOP for breakfast. I love it. The best thing ever. Don't care.
You never ate Wendy's. Wendy's is not in Europe.
Yeah, I had it Wednesdays.
Did you hear Ireland's getting a Taco Bell? I'm pretty sure we have Taco Bell. The one that we don't have is Wendy's. We're getting a Wendy's in Dublin.
Cheesecake Factory is also nice. I like it.
Soy fingers.
Soy finger.
Oat drink. Wild.
Waffle House is more like Thunderdome after a certain.
I would love to go.
It was.
I don't care. I would love to go. I think it'd be great. It'd be like going to Limerick.
Fight Club meetups at the back.
It'd be great. It'd be like Limerick. I feel at home.
A&W. Yeah, I've had that one before as well. Didn't like it, to be fair.
Grill spice. Extra dip. Paprika mayonnaise. Ooh.
Arby's. I never had Arby's.
Oh, that's supposed to that's supposed to be an interesting experience. A lot of meat. You might like it.
The weather is getting better here. 16 degrees today. Was very nice outside.
How warm is it in Latti? Yana is here.
I do enjoy meat. Yes. I would go to a steakhouse.
I wanna
a
know
nice
what-
one for sure.
I want to know what the soy sticks are.
I guess just like a fish fingers or something like that, like with soy. I guess. Let me soy protein. I don't know. Okay.
Secret menu at item at Arby's, the Meat Mountain.
Jesus.
Would you eat them? Would you dare the Meat Mountain?
It depends what kind of meat. Is
Let's
in the mountain.
let's look at the Meat Mountain before you go.
No, I'm gonna go.
Wait. Would you eat it?
No, never.
Would you dare it?
No,
You would shit yourself.
that's too much.
That is disgusting
I'll
looking.
never eat that. No.
For anyone wondering what we're looking at.
I don't like burgers that are too big.
Yeah, me neither. It has to be able to fit in your fucking mouth. Like, what are you supposed to
Yeah.
do with that? What am I supposed to do with that?
I don't find it like interesting at all.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Too much meat. Yeah, I know. All right, Chad. Have fun.
It's 18 degrees in Latti, basically 19.
Yeah, that's summer there already.
This is 2 hours above us.
Summer there already.
It's summer there already. Bye. An abomination. That is rotten. That looks proper filthy, like. Just unhinge your jaw like a snake. I'm pretty sure that when you get met with a burger like this in America, your eyes just glaze over and you go into American mode and your jaws just like unclick like a snake and you just bite into it. And then you come out of simulation and you become normal people again. It's like when you're in school and you have to say the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. You go into, you know, snake mode. It's a wig. We have the meats. Thank you for having me, Clara. I hope the rest of your stream goes well. Oh, thank you so much, and your collab works well tomorrow. Thank you. I still have to work on that. You'll have to cut a sandwich. I don't want to eat it. My mom always cuts her hamburgers in two. Always. I don't eat burgers. I'm not really a big burger person. That's why when we just ordered from a burger place, I ordered a tortilla. I'm much more interested in eating a tortilla than a burger every time. I would love to go to America though, but I won't be going there for 4 years. It's just too dangerous. You're going to order the meat mountain tomorrow? Please take a picture for us. We don't unhinge the jaw. We violate physics and crush it down flat until it fits. That's what I do as well. If I'm in a burger place and it's too big, I just get a napkin and crush it. Have a good day in work, yo. I don't like, when you say Indian, do you mean like, as in the country India? I don't like Indian food. But who won the poll, by the way? Why is America dangerous? I don't want to spend €1,000 to possibly be detained. More hot takes. Takes 19 to 14. Does anyone have any more hot takes? Who wants to start the pool play for Clara to go over here in 4 years? Oh, that's too far out. That's way too far out. I could be dead in 4 years. You can't judge too far in advance. No, America is quite dangerous right now. Every country in Europe has given a travel warning to the United States. We have been told, don't go to America. Your propaganda machine might be telling you not to go, but our governments are telling us definitely don't. Yeah, America is literally on human rights watch. Well, you don't believe me that Finland told the population not to go? I'll look it up. Did Finland make America an unsafe country? Travel warning? Travel warning, America, Finland. Finland travel advisory. My internet is kind of slow today. I don't understand why. It's not loading. Here, Helsinki Times. Finland warns citizens against U.S. travel amid security and rights concerns. Finland has issued an updated travel warning advising citizens to reconsider travel to the United States due to its increased border enforcement, political instability, and risks to vulnerable groups. The Finnish Minister of Foreign Affairs stated that travelers whose passport gender entries do not align with their sex assigned at birth may face entry denials at U.S. borders. The advisory also highlights inconsistent immigration enforcement and risks of detention. So, there. That's not dangerous. That is dangerous. And I don't want to go to a dangerous country. So what I'm catching is the fact that the US is being transphobic, even though we're allowing people to do here weird. No, but you're denying people entry into the country because their gender doesn't match their gender of birth, which doesn't align with Finnish values and doesn't really align with my values. And I don't want to be questioned for my job either, because I know that content creators are having a hard time getting into the United States. Even Hassan Piker, who is an American, was questioned when he was coming back to America. So if an American citizen is being questioned, then I am not going to risk it as an Irish citizen. No, thank you. No thanks. I'm fine. Why? What happens every September? It doesn't really matter whose values it aligns with. It's just policy. Have you seen the weird news? I don't, that's okay. And that could be your policy if you want it to be your policy and you want your government to keep that policy. That's totally fine. But I don't want to go to America right now. And I think, as you say, everyone has the right to freedom of speech. That is my freedom and liberty to not want to go there. And I think, here's a hot take. I think a lot of Americans, conservative, Republican, Democratic, liberal, will have a lot to say when America is going to be extremely empty during peak tourist season. A lot of people have been asking for the World Cup to be moved already because people don't feel safe going to the States. What do you think about that? Why? Because it's unsafe in America and people don't want to risk going through immigration to be sent back because they don't align with American values. World Cup always sells out. We'll see. We'll see. We'll have to see how this summer goes for America first, because I heard that it's already seen a serious decline in all the major cities that normally get lots of tourism, like San Francisco. My mom's best friend lives in San Francisco and was over for a month and just went back. And she said it's crazy how empty San Francisco's been this year. And I was looking at a video from someone from Florida saying that Disney World in Florida was extremely empty already this year. Richard, you'd know. Has Disneyland been empty? Has there been a fall in the amount of people that you normally see this time of year? Every channel is filled with footage from the event. That was 24 years ago. We fought a war. Oh, if the games in Mexico and Canada would sold games, that would be really, that would be brilliant. How's the immigration to Ireland? What do you mean, like becoming an Irish citizen? or moving to Ireland. Michigan got packed during Memorial Weekend and Day. Yeah, by Americans. That's an American holiday. Do you think that the rest of the world celebrates Memorial Day? Just curious. I think trans people, if they want to stay pro, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about tourism in America. Has anyone been to Disneyland so far this year, and have you seen a drop in the amount of people that would normally be there? Just curious. Are a bad example for tourism right now. San Francisco is full of drugs and homeless, and Disney's out of favor for their prices and lame movies. I guess you can say that for Disneyland, yeah, but that doesn't stop people from wanting to go to Disneyland. It's not like just because Disney had a few bad movies that it's going to stop people from wanting to go. There's people who yearly go to Disneyland, Florida from Europe because it's their quote unquote family trip of the year to go to America. I know people that I grew up with that would go to Florida every year as their family trip to go to Florida, go to Miami, go to Tampa, and then go up to Orlando to go to Disney World, and then they'd come back to Ireland. But a lot of families that I know that normally do that now, they're going to different places. They're going to Japan, and they're going to China. They're not going to America for Disneyland anymore because they just don't feel safe. Tourism is down everywhere in the US. They're projecting 7 billion loss in revenue. You heard 7 billion. I heard 12.5 billion. US this year, but I canceled it since I was to go with friends. And they don't feel safe. I was supposed to go to America. Myself and Ferry were supposed to go to America this year, but we're not going anymore because we don't feel safe going. And I'm just a normal white Irish girl. It's because I'm afraid that they'll want to see my social media and they'll see that I don't agree with the political party in power in America. And because of that, they won't let me into the country. Which is not very freedom of speech. Some people have to touch the stove to know it's hot. That's a very good analogy. I like that. I'm also pro-Palestinian. That would not fly either. They'd take one look at my Facebook and see that I'm pro-Palestinian and be like, nope. You feel the same way going to Europe. How could you feel the same way going to Europe? We have complete freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. No one's going to ask for your social media when you're going through border control into Europe. So I don't understand how you would feel that you're going to be sent back to America like how we are being sent back. Have you known people who've been turned away from entering the US? I personally don't know anyone, but there's been enough of it on the news that Finland released a travel warning for their citizens, and Ireland also released a travel warning, and Irish college students have been warned not to apply for their J1s this summer, which has never happened ever. I know so many Irish students that the best part of their year is they get to go and do their J1 in the States and go over for the summer, then come back in September and spend the whole summer in the States making money. That's like, it's completely unheard of. that college students are not going to the States this year in Ireland. It's crazy, actually. That has never happened before. Because so many, like, one of my friends that I was friends with for the 5 years that I was in college, he went to San Francisco every summer to work in a bar. And he asked me to go over every summer to work in the bar with him because he was bringing back thousands of dollars that he was making from tips and everything. And I wanted to do it too, but I couldn't because I didn't trust anyone to look after Nana for a whole summer. That's the reason. That's the only reason I didn't go to San Francisco. But so many people aren't doing that anymore. As an American, it's great seeing tourists come into the country, especially when they get a chance. Yeah, they won't be going anymore because they've been literally told by the Irish government it's too unsafe, especially if on your social media you've shown support for the Palestinian cause. To forget about it. I love how she's talking about actual problems with politics and social. People are just getting pressed about her hair. That's the thing. That's the thing. A lot of people are they just don't listen. They just like to talk, and it says a lot about today's day and age. People just talk without listening. But if you want to go and join us on Twitch, you're more than welcome to. The link is in my TikTok bio. YouTube about section. Jesus Christ. But when many countries around the world issue travel warnings for America, it shows how far America has gone from its ideals. Exactly. Europe has a very horrible human trafficking problem. So does America. If you came to Canada and went to a pub in Newfoundland, it wouldn't be far from the SNL skit, but in reverse. I'd love to go to Canada. It would be awesome. I would genuinely love to. I think it'd be great. But this year I'm going to Greece in July, Ireland in August/September, and then Japan in October. So I already have 3 places that I have lined up. But if anyone has any hot takes that you'd like to drop in the chat, go ahead. We have ads in 90 minutes? Okay, cool. Thank you for saying. But thank you all so much to everyone who has come to the stream today. How many subs are we at, Kieran, by the way? I'll write it down so that I can be aware how long I'm here till. So anyone that drops a sub it's 1 extra minute to the stream. 56. So I'm here for an extra 26 minutes. There. How this hot take is? Adapter, thank you so much, dude. 31 minutes. But that's why I was saying that what's your opinion on the significant research? And I can't talk about those things on stream. I can't talk about terrorist organizations of any kind, which should be, understandable. I'm just going to look and see if anyone put anything into the Discord to react to on stream. Let's have a look. Child reaction? What is this? What is this? Oh, we have an ad break? I'll wait until after the ad break to show it. Are you muscular? Chinese anime are getting better than Japanese, like Hero X. Oh my god, Hero X is so good. It's so good. I love it so much. And I can't wait for the new one that's coming out in a few weeks. Emergency healthcare and baby delivery should be free of cost. It is in every other country in the world except for America. It's just absolutely incredible that you have to pay. Do you think it's fair that you have to pay for child delivery? Yeah, no, link click didn't do it for me either. I watched the first 3 episodes. It just didn't do it for me. Don't bother visiting Ireland to connect to your heritage. It's not the same country anymore. What do you mean by that? Ireland is a beautiful country, and Ireland is always incredibly inviting to anyone who wants to come and experience Irish culture. Don't spread false information about Ireland, because Irish people are always incredibly nice and welcoming to Americans. What was I saying? I was going to say something. I can't remember what I was going to say though. I can't remember what I was going to say. I completely blanked. I was in Belfast last year and they were so friendly. Don't know if it's because I'm Scottish or not, but they were so keen to have a chat. Now, Irish people are always very keen to chat with anyone. Let's see what this video is that Kieran sent in. We'll never live up to that again. I did something like that once when I was in school. I was at the very back of the class, like I mean the very back of an extremely long classroom that fit like 35 people in it. And the class was just about to start, so everyone was noisy and like, you know, talking to everyone around them. And I was like cleaning up like my desk in front of me, and I like crumpled up like loads of pieces of paper to throw into the bin. And I was at the very back of the room. Very back. So my teacher was watching me because I was friends with my teacher. So like I threw from the very back of the classroom and I got it. It hit the wall and then went straight into the bin. I'll never forget what my teacher said. He was like, I was the only person that saw that, and I will never admit you did that. And he's like, now everyone, class starts. And I was just like, what? Because then everyone like kind of like, you know, phased back in and looked around and was like, why? What just happened? And I was like, I just landed. And he was like, nope, class is starting. I was so upset. I was so upset. I was just like, I should have waited. So then for like a few days after it, at the start of class, when he was always starting, I tried to do it again. Didn't work. Never got it in again.
It was at
Oh god, this looks really bad. I don't think I like these videos. Nana. Wait, how long have you been in here for? Come here. It was so cold. It was so bad. He was a mean man for doing that to me. For doing me like that. Oh, the baby. Yeah, I'll never admit you did that.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Oh, you'd be so pissed. How often does that happen in paid shops, though? I'd say so long. So long, so much. Has anything else come out on Eugenia Cooney, by the way? Has she been seen since she had that event? Nana, I'm going to have to ask you to just go down a little bit.
I did.
Holy shit. Motherfucker, goddamn.
If that was real, that would be awesome. I would love to buy a kid that. That would be so cool. Obviously, if it's not like a small kid. That would be so cool if you could buy a toy like that. Impossible, but it'd be so cool. What's this? Cat hair.
Why is that?
What's this? During a debate titled One Christian versus 20 Atheists, Jordan Peterson was pressed to identify himself as Christian but awkwardly refused. Who's Jordan Peterson?
Relevant.
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay, you're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under
What is wrong with this?
the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done.
Oh, brilliant. Oh my god. Folded. Absolutely folded. You're really quite nothing, aren't you? That's not rude. I don't think that's rude at all. I think that's brilliant. That's how you win. Oh, do you want to see a really cool video that I saw today? It's Pokemon, if it was, the region was Australia, and the first 3 starters if they were Australian. Do you want to see it? It's really cool, I think.
Welcome to the Ensum region, a Pokemon region of my creation based on Australia. And
I think this is awesome. Like, so down here we have the ice area. Over here, I guess, is a beach. This is the desert area, which makes sense. Thank you so much for the donation, dude. This is like a city area. I guess that could be like Brisbane. This looks like it could be a city as well. The mountainous area down here, does that make sense for Australians, if there's any Australians in the chat? I think it's a pretty cool design though.
And the region the theoretical Pokemon games Pokemon Plus and Minus would take place. Ensum is teeming with adventure, mystery, and most importantly, Pokemon. So let's meet the Pokemon you would be given by Professor Akasha to begin your journey with. The starters.
I think it should have been Professor Irwin. Just saying.
So allow me to introduce Saltier, Stowy, and Pugly.
Which one would you pick? Which one would you pick? You don't know anything about them, just from looks alone. Would you pick the grass type, the fire type, or the water type? Can we get a poll, please, for Twitch? I'll do the YouTube. Grass. Fire. Water. Which one are you picking? I'd probably pick Pugly because he looks so cute. Oh my god. The eyes are so adorable. I love it so much. I love anything that's a platypus. Pugly is adorable. Or Saltier. I think Saltier is pretty cool as well. He looks like a crocodile. I don't know what Stowy is supposed to be. Oh shit, it's a kangaroo! Stowy, Joey, duh, Clara. Catch up. I think they're all great. So, crocodile, kangaroo, platypus. Now give it a fedora. This is a really long video, though.
Hey everyone, Brandon here. I'm going to challenge you all to comment your pick and guess what their final types will be down below before seeing the final stages, then edit that comment to add what your pick was after. No cheating by skipping to the end or editing your guesses. Anyway,
fuck you!
So unlike the similarly sobbing starter Sobble, Saltier's cries are fake, and attempts to garner sympathy and look weak before striking out against their prey or opponents. So yes, it would definitely learn the move Fake Tears. The way its mouth is open is to replicate how many babies cry, since it is the base stage, and crocodiles who leave their mouth on the prey once it's landed. So in both appearance and concept, Saltier is more than meets the eye. So it's kind of a high-risk, high-shame that Kangaskhan is our only kangaroo representation, with it being more like a kaiju version of a tree kangaroo, rather than the kind we are all more familiar with. So this fire starter line is here to remedy that. With this being Stowy's default size, it could refer to wallabies which come from the same family as kangaroos, the redneck wallaby and the yellow-footed rothschild, like its expression, and food is named for that glee it exhibits, and after puggles, aka baby platypuses.
They're called puggles. I never knew that a baby platypus was called a puggle. I needed that, thank you.
This is another incredibly distinct creature endemic to Australia, and I wanted to feature it in a major way for this region. Its name could also contain ugly as well, with the platypus being such an odd-looking creature, with many saying it's akin to a
don't you dare call it ugly
Pokemon throughout Ensum. It is highly as in positive and negative, so these starters are emblematic of those alignments. Saltier represents sadness both in appearance and that its deceit causes fear or sadness, which are both considered negative emotions. Pugly is as happy as can be, aka positive emotions, and Stowy is stoic, a lack of emotion, meaning neutral. A few starter groups throughout the generations have kind of already had this theme going on of the happy one, the serious or sad one, and the neutral one, but I wanted to make that more intentional with these three. Though they are representative of these alignments, that does not mean they are always that way. They can experience other emotions, so it can't be said for the person that created them though. More to it. Platyrrhane's tail has taken a turn.
I hate it. I hate it. I hope it doesn't turn humanoid.
In its evolution.
Does anyone here hate humanoid Pokemon? I absolutely hate humanoid Pokemon.
A 90-degree one, making it look like a boomerang, traditionally used as tools or weapons in various forms by Aboriginal people across Australia. Speaking of Aboriginal people, the Dja Dja Wurrung people have a word for platypuses, Watjarang. So mix that cadence with boomerang, platypus, and rain, and you have Platyrrhane.
Okay.
Then you'll be able to use watering again and the Fire-Roo Pokemon, with a name and a
okay, he looks cooler than the water type.
Together, so I wanted to feature that in some way. So this naming scheme and minor design detail felt like the perfect way.
Barbaroo! Cute.
Way to do it. Barbaroo may look testy, but it is just serious Bear? More like the Roo. And let's move on back to our grass starter, Saltier, which at level 18 evolves into Chompine, the grass crop
That looks pretty cool. I wish I stuck with the grass type.
Pokemon. This endearingly enclosed ectotherm has an additional inspiration in their hoodie-like foliage. This leads to them generally being neutral, showing how emotions and alignments can change. The world is in a constant state of fluctuation, and in life you must adapt to that change or be left behind. Just
Why aren't you making fucking Pokemons? Like, this dude is so good.
like both Pokemon evolution and real-life evolution. And those alignments will switch again.
This man has put more depth into these Pokemon than some people put into a 4-year degree.
Upon Chompine's evolution at level 36, when it becomes Crafttooth, the
That's cool.
excavation Pokemon, a grass dragon type. Dear God! A dragon type starter Pokemon? The type balance, Brandon! Think about the Pokemon type balance! Is what I'm sure you're probably typing right at this moment, but for one, the types will balance out with the other two, I promise. For two, it has a quad weakness to Ice Now I know of in the Pokemon franchise, burrowing holes in Scalping Australian Sundew, commonly in the southeast of Australia. Next, we are actually going to talk about the water starter and save the fire starter for last.
Please
for a
don't be
reason you'll
humanoid.
learn
Please
later
don't be
on.
humanoid.
But that
Please don't
said,
be
at level
humanoid.
36,
Please don't be
Flattering
humanoid.
evolves into
Please!
Hero Dream, the quest Pokemon.
Look at that Pokemon and don't say that someone is going to want to fuck that. You cannot tell me that there's not going to be a Rule 34 for that fucker. He's going to be on Bondi.
A water steel type. You never knew a platypus could slay this hard. As its name and category suggest, this ultra-serious, battle-hardened Pokemon is a hero to many throughout
I want to take my pick back too. I don't want this.
even inspiring
It ruined my
its own
boy.
popular comic book series, The Human Hero Dream, where a human was raised alongside Pugly and believes themselves to be the Pokemon. The steel that it uses. It also has a new hidden ability called Poison Tipped, which gives all
Just the tip, right? That's how they know it's not illegal. It's just the tip.
slash moves it can learn the Pokemon anyway, so it works out. Dark type, but as I have said many times on the channel, fairies are also tricksters, and tricks aren't inherently malevolent in nature, sometimes even having net positive results. So this refers to those gleeful prank pullers. As much as
I think he looks cool. I think he strikes the perfect balance of humanoid and Pokemon. Like Mewtwo. I think this is the perfect balance.
I would love to give Jamboree Prankster for its hidden 10% chance to do 10% extra damage, and a 10% platformers like Mario and Sonic have stars or coins. I considered taking a part of the opponent's HP away as well, but that felt as in the one from the Dragon Quest.
I think it's pretty cool though.
By those two things.
I think that was a pretty cool video. What did you think? I wish there was more cool regional Pokemon games like that, and they pulled on interesting concepts like different parts of the world. Like, I think one of the games is like France, isn't it? Like one of them is based on Paris. I feel betrayed too. I'm changing mine to the saltier. Pugly was so cute. Cute starter. So weird for a finish. So weird. Weirdest finish I've ever seen. What's my favorite Pokemon? Caterpie! Look at him over here! He's the best boy. I have a Caterpie tattoo on the back of my leg. He has a Pokemon... He has a sheriff badge that says #1 best boy. And he has a cowboy hat on. I'll put it in the Discord chat. One second. I'll drop my Caterpie in there. Where is he? I should be getting close. Did I pass it? Nah. Should be here. Where are you? I think I did pass it. No way. I thought I had a fresh picture of it when it was tattooed on me. Oh, here. No, that's not it. That was it. That was the concept art, but that's literally what it looks like. It was great. I loved it. Great tattoo, I think. But that's where I'm going to have to call it for today. But did you like today's stream? Did we all have fun? Great crack. I won't be here tomorrow because I don't stream on Wednesdays because I am working on a collab with another streamer. So I'll be able to tell you more about that on Thursday after it's done. But I just want to say, guys, thank you all so much for joining the stream today. Y'all are absolutely awesome. Everyone who came, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. And thank you to everyone who sent a sub. 61? Did I miss some? Did I? Happy we hit the goal. Congrats to all who got a sub. We haven't hit the goal yet. We have still 30 points to get in for by what date is it? By Saturday. We still have 30 more points to reach, and I hope we can reach that by Saturday. I really do. I really want to hit the 300 this month. I really, really do. So if anyone can drop a sub, a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub in my chat, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm trying so hard to get the 70-30 split because I have to get it 3 consecutive months in a row. And I haven't had 3 consecutive months in the past 5 or 6 months. So I need to get May, June, and July to qualify for the 70-30 split until July next year. So I'm going to work super hard in order to make sure that we do reach the 70-30 split. And anyone who does drop a tier 1 sub, you get an NSFW anime picture from me. And the tier 2 and 3, you get 2 or 3 pictures. And I'm going to work super hard for you guys and make sure that the subs are worth it. I'm going to keep working hard for you. I promise I will. But thank you guys so much for such an awesome stream today. I did work hard on the hot takes for today. And don't forget, it's Nana's stream on. She's actually watching. She's sitting here. I'll take a picture of her for you because she's literally watching the stream. Look. She has her head tilted up. But thank you guys so much. I'm really happy if you did enjoy the stream today. We'll be back on Thursday for Nana's birthday party. I'll try and get her a mini birthday hat and we'll get her a cake and we can do her a happy birthday with a candle and everything. And I'll try and get her a cake that she can eat for herself and Nyx so they can have their own little like cat cake that's completely okay for cats to eat. So we'll try to do that for Thursday. And we'll have fun on Thursday because Night Rain's also out on Thursday. So, and we synced her. Anyone here that's thinking of getting Night Rain, but you didn't have anyone to play with, get it. We'll play it on Thursday. 110% we'll be playing it on Thursday. So make sure you're here if you want to play with us. I will play. And we'll see you guys then. Mwah. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Have a great Wednesday. I'll still be posting on YouTube and Instagram. So please don't forget to drop me a follow on Instagram and YouTube if you haven't been following yet, especially if you're watching on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for everyone who came to the stream today. We have 55,000 views on YouTube today, which is crazy. Like this week has been crazy on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for everyone who came to the stream. And thank you everyone who donated on YouTube as well. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for the $30 donations. Genuinely, thank you so much. And I will see you guys in my video tonight. And I'll see you on Thursday for Nana's birthday. Mwah. Have a great rest of your evening, guys. Be safe. And I'll see you guys.